Welcome back to another story on Gringotts Hub. This time, we're bringing you, what if Harry found the Peverell-Slytherin-Merlin marriage contract and realized he was the king of every magical nation. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The Vault Beneath Everything. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry knew it wasn't a Hogwarts letter because it wasn't carried by an owl. It came the way very old, very serious things came, through the mail slot at 4 in the morning, dropped without ceremony onto the doormat of number 4, Privet Drive, as if whatever had delivered it considered the address beneath its notice. The envelope was black. Not dark gray, not navy, black the way midnight was black, the way the space between stars was black. The paper was heavy enough that it felt almost like leather, and when Harry picked it up off the mat, it was warm. He'd woken up because he always woke up early at the Dursleys'. 5 years of conditioning had built an internal alarm clock calibrated to the exact moment he needed to start breakfast before Vernon's alarm went off. He'd been patting downstairs in his socks to start the kettle when he spotted the envelope on the mat, and he stood there in the hallway for a long moment just holding it. There was no stamp. No postmark. No return address. Just his name on the front, written in ink that shifted between deep green and black depending on how the light hit it. Harry James Potter. Heir of the ancient and most noble houses. He turned it over. A wax seal on the back, a coat of arms he almost recognized. A tower and a serpent and something else, something older, that his brain couldn't quite parse before his eyes slid off it like water off glass. Harry sat down on the bottom stair and opened the letter. The inside of Gringotts smelled the same as it always did, gold and stone and something faintly chemical, like the air before a thunderstorm. Harry had been here dozens of times in his life, but it had always felt like visiting someone else's place. A bank you use because you'd been told to, full of people who tolerated your presence because you had an account. Today felt different. He couldn't explain why. He'd told the Dursleys he was going out. Vernon had started to build up to a refusal, gone red in the face in the preparatory way he had, and Harry had looked at him, just looked at him, calm and level, and said, "I'll be back tonight," and walked out the front door. Something in his own voice had surprised him. No anxiety in it. No preemptive flinch. The letter had asked him to come to Gringotts and present it at the main desk. It had asked, not demanded, but the asking had felt like the kind that expected a yes. The goblin at the front desk looked at the letter for exactly 3 seconds before his expression did something complicated. The other goblins nearby suddenly found other things to do with great focus. The one at the desk, his nameplate said Sharpfong, which seemed either very literal or very metaphorical, looked up at Harry with eyes that held something Harry had never seen in a goblin's face before. "Mr. Potter," Sharpfong said. "We've been expecting this. The letter only arrived this morning." "Yes." Sharpfong said it like that explained everything. "Please follow me." They didn't take one of the carts. Harry had always taken the carts, the rattling, stomach-dropping minecart journeys that went deeper and faster and more dangerously than any cart had any business going. Instead Sharpfong led him through a door behind the teller desks, into a corridor Harry hadn't known existed, floored with dark stone that caught the torchlight and held it. The corridor sloped downward. After about 2 minutes of walking, another goblin fell into step beside them, bigger than most, wearing armor that looked ceremonial and wasn't. His hand rested on the pommel of a short blade. Harry didn't tense. He noticed the blade, filed it away, and kept walking. "The vault has been waiting for 147 years, Sharpfong said, conversationally, as if they were discussing the weather. "The previous heir died without claiming it. The heir before that died in a duel in 1743. The vault automatically transferred and waited. It's very patient, as vaults go." "What's in it?" Harry asked. Sharpfong glanced at him sideways. "That's not something I can tell you. It's something you'll need to see." The corridor ended at a door. Not a vault door, not the great circular iron doors with their locks and dragon-guarded mechanisms. This was a door, like a door to a room. Dark wood, ancient, braced with iron that had gone the color of dried blood. No lock that Harry could see. No handle. In the center of the door, at chest height, there was a carved depression the exact size and shape of a hand. "The vault recognizes blood," Sharpfang said. He stepped back. The armored goblin stepped back. They were giving him room, Harry realized. They were giving him room and watching him the way you watched something significant happen. Harry pressed his palm to the door. The warmth was instant, not just physical warmth but something that came from underneath the sensation, something old and vast that moved through his hand and up his arm and into his chest like the first breath after a long time underwater. He felt something in him that he'd never noticed was locked click quietly, firmly open. The door swung inward without a sound. The vault was not what he expected. He'd half imagined mountains of gold, the way his actual vault had piles of galleons, or the legendary Lestrange vault with its towers of artifacts and cursed objects heaped to the ceiling. He'd imagined something ostentatious, something that announced its own importance. The room was the size of a large study. Stone walls, arched ceiling, 3 torches that lit themselves as he stepped inside. There was a desk, actual oak furniture, centuries old, with a chair behind it. On the desk, 3 objects and a scroll. On the walls, portraits, but they were dark, the figures in them asleep or absent. A single bookcase to the right, floor to ceiling, packed tight. A wooden chest against the far wall, bound with 3 locks, each a different metal, gold, silver, iron. The scroll first. He was drawn to it before anything else, the same magnetic pull that had brought him here, the same instinct that had made him open a letter at 4 in the morning without question. He unrolled it at the desk. The parchment crackled softly. The ink was dark brown, old, but perfectly legible, spelled to remain so, he guessed. The handwriting at the top was not the cramped medieval script he'd expected. It was clear and measured and somehow modern feeling despite obviously being ancient. To the heir who opens this vault, you are reading this because you are the last. The bloodlines of Peverell, Slytherin, and Merlin have narrowed to a single point, you. By the time you read this, the convergence will be complete, and the magic of the contract will have recognized what the world has not yet understood. Sit down. This will take a moment. Harry sat down. What follows is not a story you've been told. That is not an accident. The people who have shaped your life had reasons, some good and some less good, to keep certain truths from you. I am not here to make you angry on their behalf or mine. I am here to tell you what is real. 3 families, at the founding of the last great magical age, made a contract. Not a simple betrothal contract, those are common enough, and small things, easily broken by small men. This was a blood contract, written in the oldest language of magic, witnessed by the land itself and sealed by 3 of the most powerful practitioners who ever lived. Ignotus Peverell, Salazar Slytherin, and Merlin Ambrosius, who called himself other things in other places but whose blood is the root of something you carry without knowing it. The contract is simple in its language and enormous in its implications. The 3 lines would converge, and the convergence would produce an heir with sovereignty over every magical nation that recognized the old laws. Not earned through battle. Not voted upon by committees. Recognized by magic itself, which is older and less corruptible than either. You are that heir. The contract is below this letter. Read it. Then open the chest. I will not tell you what to do with what you find. That is not the role of the dead. But I will tell you this, the world you've been living in is a small world built inside the ruins of a much larger one. The ruins are still there. You just have to choose to stand in them. Ignotus Peverell, written in the year of our Lord 1291, by magic set to wake when the right eyes read it. Harry put the letter down. He sat with it for a minute. The torches burned. The portraits on the wall remained dark and still. He could hear nothing from the corridor outside, the door had closed behind him. He'd been handed extraordinary things before. The invisibility cloak. The philosopher's stone, in a roundabout way. The knowledge that he was supposed to die at Voldemort's hand. Each time, there had been a period of sitting with something larger than himself, trying to figure out the shape of it. This was different. Those things had been weights. Burdens dressed up as gifts. This felt like, he turned the word over in his mind, testing it, clarity. Like the world had been slightly out of focus for 14 years and someone had just adjusted the lens. He reached for the next document. The marriage contract itself was written on something that wasn't quite parchment, thicker, smoother, with a faint luminescence that didn't come from the torches. The script was in 3 languages simultaneously, Old English, Parseltongue, which Harry could read, apparently, a fact that didn't surprise him anymore, and something else that he realized after a moment he could also read, even though he had no idea what language it was. It felt like reading in a dream where meaning arrived before you consciously processed the words. The contract ran for 12 pages. He read all of it. The core provisions were, as Ignotus had promised, simple. 3 bloodlines. 1 convergence. The heir of the convergence held lordship over the following, the ancient and most noble house of Potter, by direct descent. The ancient and most noble house of Peverell, by bloodline. The ancient and most noble house of Slytherin, by bloodline. And the most ancient house of Merlin, which the contract described simply as the first house, as if that explained everything, and perhaps it did. The sovereignty provisions were in a separate section, written more carefully than anything else on the document, as if whoever wrote it understood that this was the part most likely to be contested. The heir of the convergence holds rightful claim, recognized by old magic, over all magical territories governed by the ancient laws. This includes but is not limited to, the British Isles and their hidden territories, the French magical territories and their protectorates, the Germanic magical confederation, the Mediterranean magical councils, the Eastern magical territories, the American magical territories, which do not yet exist at the writing of this document but will, and any magical community that draws its founding charter from the old laws. This sovereignty is not political. It supersedes politics. It is magical and constitutional, woven into the fabric of the treaties and compacts by which every magical nation was founded. The right of sovereignty cannot be voted away, cannot be legislated away, and cannot be disputed by any court that operates under magical law, because it is older than those courts. It was the foundation on which they were built. The heir may choose not to exercise this right. Magic does not compel. But the right exists whether it is exercised or not. Harry turned the last page over and found it blank. Then text appeared as he looked at it, ink flowing from nothing. The heir has now read the contract in full. The contract is now active. Everything above is in effect as of this moment. He set it down on the desk very carefully. Then he went to the chest. The 3 locks, gold, silver, iron, opened when he touched them in sequence, without keys. Inside, packed in velvet that had somehow stayed pristine for 700 years, were 4 rings. Each one was old and substantial, not decorative, the kind of jewelry that had never been ornamental. The kind that meant something. The first, a ring set with a deep red stone, and on the band the letters POTTR in the old heraldic script. The Potter lordship ring. He'd known it existed, Gringotts had mentioned it years ago, when the will was read. He'd been considered too young to claim it. The second, a silver ring, 3 circles interlocked, the Peverell symbol. He recognized it from the tale of the 3 brothers and from the symbol on the Deathly Hallows. His mother's bloodline, stretching back. The third, green stone, silver band, a serpent coiled around it. Slytherin. He held this one longer than the others, turning it over. The serpent seemed to shift slightly. Hello, something in the ring seemed to say, not in words but in a sensation, like a greeting from a very long way away. The fourth, plain gold, no stone, no decoration except a single word engraved on the inner band. He had to look carefully to read it. Ambrosius. Merlin's ring. Harry stood in the vault beneath Gringotts with 4 rings in his palm, in a silence so complete he could hear his own heartbeat, and understood with sudden, bone-deep certainty that his life had just changed in a way that was fundamentally unreversible. He put all 4 rings on. 2 on each hand. They resized to fit without being asked. The torches flared. On the wall, the portraits woke up. There were 7 of them. Faces from different eras, in different styles of dress, all sharing something around the eyes, a quality of attention, of contained intensity, that Harry recognized because he saw it in the mirror. They looked at him with expressions that ranged from solemn to openly delighted. A woman in medieval dress spoke first. "He's wearing all 4. Look at that." "Of course he is," said a man in robes that Harry vaguely recognized as early Renaissance style. "Did you think he'd stop at 3? "I'd have stopped at 3, the woman said. "That's why you were never the Convergence." A third portrait, an older man with a long beard that was somehow nothing like Dumbledore's, sharper in some way, less theatrical, leaned forward in his painted frame. "Harry," he said. His voice was calm and clear and warm without being soft. "My name is Ignotus. I think you've read my letter." "I have," Harry said. "How are you feeling?" It was such a surprisingly human question that Harry almost laughed. "I'm processing." "That's reasonable. You've just inherited the sovereignty of the magical world. Some processing time is appropriate." Ignotus studied him. "You're not frightened?" "No," Harry said, and realized as he said it that it was true. He'd expected fear, the thing that always arrived when the world handed him something too large. It wasn't here. In its place was something quieter and considerably more solid. "Should I be?" "No," Ignotus said. "Fear would mean you thought this was too big for you. It isn't. This is exactly the right size for what you are." He paused. "You are going to upset a great many people. I'm used to that." "Yes," said the medieval woman, and she was smiling now. "I think you might be." The man in Renaissance robes cleared his throat. He had sharp features and dark eyes, and Harry recognized him a half-second before he spoke. The jaw, the cheekbones, the particular way he held himself, like he was the most important person in the room by default and everyone else was there on his sufferance. "I am your ancestor Salazar," he said. "And before you form any opinions based on incomplete information, what you've been taught about me is approximately a third correct. I'll answer questions when you have them." "Right," Harry said. He put that aside for later. Later, he told Salazar, who raised an eyebrow but inclined his head. The remaining portraits were quieter, ancestors further removed, present as witnesses more than participants. But the 7th, in the smallest frame, in the corner, drew Harry's eye. It was a young man, younger than Harry would have expected given the company, with dark hair and eyes that were almost too bright, and an expression of such complete, complicated joy that it took Harry a moment to understand what he was looking at. "You're Merlin," Harry said. The young man grinned. "People always look so surprised. What were you expecting?" "Something more," Harry gestured vaguely at Ignotus's portrait. "Elderly. I was elderly at the end. But I liked this particular decade of my life. Felt like the right portrait." Merlin tilted his head. "You carry my blood, Harry Potter. Diluted by 1,000 years, but blood is stubborn. Magic especially." He looked at the 4 rings on Harry's hands. "Don't waste it." "I don't intend to." "I know," Merlin said simply. "That's why it's you." Sharpfang was waiting in the corridor, exactly where Harry had left him. The armored goblin was still present. Both of them looked at the 4 rings and then looked at Harry, and the quality of that look had changed in a way that Harry couldn't quite name. It wasn't deference exactly. It was something closer to recalibration. "The vault has been claimed," Sharpfang said. "Yes. There are subsidiary vaults. 17 of them. The contents are now accessible to you as the primary heir. He produced a small leather folio from somewhere and held it out. Their contents, catalogued. The financial summary is on the first page. Harry opened the folio to the first page. He looked at the number for a moment. It was written in neat goblin script. Gringotts was always precise, and it had enough digits that he had to count them twice. That's in galleons, Sharpfong confirmed. The liquid assets. The property portfolio and artifact inventories are listed separately. Harry closed the folio. I need a meeting, he said. With whoever handles matters like this. Legal, financial, all of it. Can that be arranged? It already has been, Sharpfong said. Tomorrow morning, if that suits. It suits. Harry looked back at the closed door of the vault. Is there anything else I need to know today? Sharpfong considered this seriously, the way goblins considered things, without sentiment but also without contempt. The claiming of the lordship rings, he said carefully, will have been felt by certain people. Magic of that age, when it completes, it resonates. Those with old blood, those who are sensitive to such things, they will have felt something in the last hour. They will not know what it was. But they will begin to wonder. How long before someone figures it out? That depends entirely on whether they have access to the right records. He paused. Most of those records are held here. We will not be releasing them without your explicit instruction. Harry nodded. Keep them. Of course. Sharpfong might have smiled. It was difficult to tell with goblins. Is there anything else, my lord? The title landed without fanfare. Just 2 words. But Harry felt them settle somewhere in his chest like stones finding the bottom of a clear lake, quietly and permanently. Not today, Harry said. Tomorrow. He took the night bus back to Little Whinging because it was the fastest option and he didn't want to spend money on a cab when Stan Shunpike would have him home in 7 minutes even if the journey involved 3 near misses with a double-decker and at least 1 sheep. He stood on the bus with one hand on the overhead rail and the leather folio in the other and let the familiar London blur past the windows. He thought about Dumbledore, who had been guiding his life since he was 1 year old. Who had placed him with the Dursleys, directed his education, managed his understanding of his own history, and kept him, Harry now realized, quite deliberately in a particular shape, brave, reactive, committed, and young. Never in possession of the full picture. Always 1 move behind. He thought about this without anger, mostly. Or rather, the anger was there, he could feel it, but it was contained. It was the kind of anger that burned cold and clean and useful rather than hot and wasteful. He thought about Voldemort, who had built his entire strategy around a prophecy concerning a boy who was supposed to be afraid of him, and what Voldemort would do when he discovered that the board had changed. He thought about the magical world, the ministry with its corruption and its politics, the ICW with its international posturing, the ancient houses that had been jockeying for position for centuries, all operating under a system that they'd forgotten was built on a foundation. A foundation that now had its heir. The bus lurched to a stop. Privet Drive. Stan bellowed. Harry stepped off onto the pavement. The summer evening was mild, the kind of suburban twilight that smelled of cut grass and petrol and complete, ordinary mundanity. He stood outside number 4 for a moment, looking at the house. He'd grown up here. In the cupboard under the stairs first, then the small bedroom. He'd eaten less than he should have and worn clothes that didn't fit and been told consistently and comprehensively that he was nothing special, that he didn't matter, that whatever he thought he was, he wasn't. For the first time in his life he stood outside that house and found it simply small. Not hateful. Not oppressive. Just small. A small house where small things had been done to him, and none of it had worked. He walked inside. Vernon was in the living room, in his chair, and he started the moment Harry came through the door, the usual preparatory puffing, the narrowing of eyes, the intake of breath that preceded some complaint about the time or the state of the kitchen or the very fact of Harry's existence. Harry looked at him. Not with magic. Not with threat. Just with eyes that had spent the afternoon in a vault beneath Gringotts reading a contract that made him sovereign of the magical world, and that had apparently recalibrated something in his face, because Vernon looked at him for one full second and then looked back at the television and said nothing at all. Harry went upstairs. He sat on his bed and put the leather folio on the desk beside his dormant textbooks. He flexed his hands and looked at the 4 rings, solid and real in the lamplight, each one different, each one ancient, each one someone's entire legacy now sitting on his 14-year-old hands. 15, he corrected himself. He'd be 15 in 3 weeks. He pulled a piece of parchment toward him and picked up a quill. He had one letter to write tonight. Just one. Hermione, I need you to do something for me. I need you to go to the largest wizarding library you have access to, your local magical section, or by owl order if necessary, and find everything you can on the following: wizarding constitutional law, the history of the International Confederation of Wizards, the legal significance of lordship rings, and anything under the heading of blood contracts or convergence inheritances. This is not for a school project. I'll explain everything when I see you. When can you come to London? Also, don't mention this to anyone. Not even Ron yet. I'll explain that too. Harry P.S. I know this sounds strange. It's stranger than it sounds. But it's good strange, I think. I think it might be the best kind of strange there is. He folded the letter and gave it to Hedwig, who looked at the address and then at him with the expression owls had that meant I have questions, and then spread her wings and was gone through the open window into the darkening sky. Harry lay back on his bed and stared at the ceiling. You are that heir. He turned that sentence over. Examined it from different angles. Looked for the part of it that frightened him, or overwhelmed him, or felt like too much. He couldn't find it. What he found instead, underneath everything, beneath the enormity of what he'd read and what he'd claimed and what it would mean, was something very simple. Something he'd been missing his whole life without knowing precisely what it was he was missing. He knew who he was. Not the boy who lived. Not the chosen one. Not the boy in the cupboard or the student who'd been used as a pawn or the orphan who'd never quite fit anywhere. Something much older, much larger, and, he felt this clearly, like standing in warm sunlight, something that had always been true. Not bestowed. Not created by a prophecy or a scar or a wand that shared its brother's core. Just his. The rings on his fingers were warm. The summer night outside was quiet. Somewhere over London, Hedwig was flying toward Hermione Granger with a letter that would change 2 lives and begin something that would eventually change everything. Harry Potter closed his eyes and, for the first time in as long as he could remember, slept without nightmares. 300 miles away, in his office at Hogwarts, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore sat very still in his chair. He was looking at a device on his cluttered desk, one of many silver instruments that monitored Harry's welfare, a precaution he maintained even in summer. The device had been spinning steadily for 5 years. A gentle rotation, measuring and reporting in its silent mechanical language the status of the magic that bound the boy who lived. At some point in the last few hours, the instrument had changed. It was still spinning. But it was spinning differently, faster, and in 2 directions simultaneously, and it was emitting a faint light that had no precedent in Dumbledore's considerable experience with such things. He'd been staring at it for 45 minutes, running the same diagnostic charms in sequence, getting the same impossible results. Something had been claimed. Something old. Something that resonated so deeply with the foundations of magical Britain that even his instruments, calibrated to track one specific boy, had caught the echo of it. He didn't know what it was yet. But Albus Dumbledore had lived 113 years, and he had the particular kind of instinct that came from surviving that long in a world that killed the inattentive. And that instinct was telling him, very clearly, that the careful architecture he had spent 15 years constructing, the specific shape of Harry's life, the specific parameters of his growth, the careful limits of what the boy knew and when he knew it, was no longer the architecture that Harry was living in. He reached out and placed his hand gently over the spinning instrument, and felt the warmth of it through his palm, and sat in his office in the quiet of a summer night and thought very carefully about what came next. The instrument spun on. Chapter 2, What the Old Laws Say. Hermione Granger arrived at the Leaky Cauldron on a Thursday morning with 2 bags, a list of 14 questions, and the kind of expression she wore when she'd been reading for 36 hours straight and had discovered that everything she thought she knew was wrong. Harry was already there. He'd gotten a table in the back corner, the kind of corner that let you see the whole room without anyone easily seeing you, and he had tea and a plate of toast and the leather folio from Gringotts open in front of him. He'd read it 4 times. He kept finding new things. Hermione sat down across from him, dropped both bags with a thud that rattled the table, and said, "Harry, what did you do?" "I haven't done anything yet," he said. "That's why I called you. The books I found." She reached into the bag immediately, the way she always did, comfort drawn from paper and ink. "Harry, the Peverell-Slytherin convergence theory is real. I thought it was a fringe historical argument, something academics argued about in journals nobody read, but there are primary sources." Primary sources. Documents from the 12th century that describe the contract in terms that are, Hermione. He slid the folio across the table. "I have the contract." She stopped. She looked at the folio. Then she picked it up, opened it, and began reading with the focused intensity of a person who has found the thing they've been searching for and is now absolutely incapable of stopping. Harry drank his tea and let her read. He'd learned years ago that trying to talk to Hermione while she was reading was like trying to have a conversation with someone underwater. You could make noise at them but nothing would land. 3 minutes in, she turned a page and made a sound that Harry had never heard her make before. A small, choked sound, halfway between a gasp and a laugh. "This is, Harry, this is dated 1291. "I know. And it's been active since you put the rings on." "That's what it says, yes." She looked up. Her eyes were very bright. "You put all 4 rings on. Was I not supposed to?" "No, you were absolutely supposed to. It's just," she pressed her fingers to her mouth for a moment, visibly containing something enormous. "Do you understand what this means? The sovereignty provisions alone, Harry, the ICW was founded in 1692. Every single founding document references the ancient laws as the constitutional basis for magical governance internationally. Those founding documents, I found them, Harry, they're in Hogwarts, a history of all places, in the appendix that nobody reads. They explicitly state that the ancient laws supersede all subsequent legislation. They said it because they thought it was safe to say. They thought the ancient laws were dormant. They thought there was no heir to enforce them," Harry said. "Yes." She sat back. "And now there is." They looked at each other across the table. Outside the grimy windows of the Leaky Cauldron, Diagon Alley was going about its summer morning business, shopkeepers opening up, a few early customers, pigeons on the cobblestones. Ordinary. Entirely ordinary. "I need you to help me understand what I need to do," Harry said. "In what order? What the legal steps are." "The lordship claims first," Hermione said immediately. She'd clearly already worked this out, probably on the train down. "You need to formally register all 4 lordships with Gringotts. The rings are physical proof of inheritance, but there's a formal registration process that creates a legal record. Once that's recorded, it becomes very difficult for anyone to challenge. Gringotts already set up a meeting for today." She blinked. "They set up a meeting. They said they've been expecting this." Hermione absorbed this. "Right. Of course they have. Gringotts has held that vault for 700 years, they would have very clear instructions about." She stopped herself and reorganized. "Okay. Lordship registration at Gringotts. Then we need to look at Sirius. Harry straightened. What about Sirius? This is the part that kept me up all night. She reached into the second bag and pulled out a book that looked like it had been printed approximately during the Renaissance and had not been treated kindly since. She opened it to a marked page and turned it to face him. Ancient Lordship Law, specifically the section on house sovereignty. Harry, if you formally claim the House of Black as a vassal house, can I do that? The Black family magic is sworn to the most ancient houses by a treaty signed in 1542. Here, look. She pointed at a dense paragraph of text. Harry leaned forward and read. The language was archaic but navigable. The Black family, in exchange for certain protections, had bound their house in vassalage to the senior sovereign houses. The contract defines the senior sovereign houses as Peverell, Slytherin, and Merlin. All three. You are the heir of all three. If you formally claim the vassal relationship, the House of Black is legally bound to you. Harry was already ahead of her. And if the House of Black is legally bound to me, then as the sovereign lord of that house, you have the right to demand an inquiry into the imprisonment of any member of that house. A lord has the right to call his vassals before him for formal adjudication. She met his eyes. Sirius was imprisoned without trial. Under ancient magical law, which as we just established supersedes all subsequent legislation, you have the right to demand his release pending a proper hearing. A hearing at which, incidentally, you would preside. The silence that followed was short and electric. They won't like that, Harry said. No, Hermione agreed. They absolutely won't. Good. She almost smiled. Almost, there was still the part of her that needed everything to be careful and measured and done correctly, but underneath that, he could see that she was furious on Sirius's behalf and had been for years. We have to do it correctly, Harry. Every step by the book. Not because I think the rules deserve deference, but because if there's a single procedural error they'll use it to bury the whole thing. Then we do it correctly. He finished his tea. Tell me everything you know. Hermione opened the book, and they sat in the back corner of the leaky cauldron for 2 more hours while she talked and he listened and took notes, and outside the windows Diagon Alley woke up and got on with its day, ignorant of the quiet revolution being planned over cold toast. Sharpclaw was not the goblin Harry had met 2 days ago. Sharpclaw was older, smaller, and had the specific kind of stillness that belonged to things that had been patient for a very long time and were now watching their patience pay off. He was waiting for them in a conference room that Harry hadn't known Gringotts had, deep below the public areas, paneled in dark wood, lit by magical lanterns, with a table large enough for 12 and chairs that were actually comfortable. 3 other goblins were present. They were introduced as the heads of the legal, estates, and sovereign affairs departments. The head of sovereign affairs was a goblin named Ironforge who looked at Harry with an expression that contained, Harry thought, something very close to professional satisfaction. The lordship of the House of Potter, Sharpclaw began, was automatically transferred to you at age 14, the standard age of majority under ancient law, though under current ministry regulations the registration was withheld pending application. He set a document in front of Harry. Sign here. Harry signed. The lordship of the House of Peverell, dormant since 1779, activates upon proof of bloodline, which the vault claiming constitutes. Another document. Sign here. Harry signed. The lordship of the House of Slytherin, Ironforge took over here, his voice precise, is the most complex, as the ministry has classified the Slytherin vaults and assets under a Dark Artifacts Remand Order from 1981. This is legally invalid under ancient law, as remand orders cannot supersede bloodline inheritance, but they will attempt to invoke it. We recommend filing the claim simultaneously with a counterclaim that challenges the remand order's constitutional basis. Do it, Harry said. Already drafted, Ironforge said, and something in his face suggested that it had been drafted for considerably longer than 2 days. Sign here. Harry signed. The lordship of the House of Merlin, Sharpclaw said, and his voice had changed slightly, become more careful, the way a person's voice changed when they were handling something rare. Has not been formally claimed by anyone in recorded Gringotts history. The house itself predates our institution by approximately 4 centuries. What we know of it exists in documents older than the bank. He placed the final form in front of Harry. It was different from the others. The paper was thick and slightly luminescent, the same material as the contract. When you sign this, every magical treaty, agreement, and compact that references the House of Merlin as its foundational authority, which is to say, the constitutional framework of every magical nation, will recognize you as its holder. The room was very quiet. "Sign here," Sharpclaw said. Harry signed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the rings on his fingers flared, briefly, warmly, one after another, like 4 separate heartbeats in sequence, and then settled back to their usual solid weight. Hermione, seated beside Harry, looked at her notepad where she'd been recording everything and then looked at her own hands, as if she could feel something. "What was that?" she asked. "The activation of the Merlin lordship," Ironforge said. He sounded remarkably calm for someone who had just witnessed something that hadn't happened in 400 years. The old magic recognizing its heir. He gathered the documents into a neat pile. "These will be filed with the Gringotts Sovereign Register and the ICW's Constitutional Archive, the latter automatically, per protocols established in 1692. He paused. "The relevant parties will receive notification within 24 hours. "How many relevant parties?" Hermione asked. "Every minister of magic in every recognized magical nation. The ICW Secretary General. The heads of the 5 great academic institutions. The senior members of the Wizengamot." Ironforge looked at his papers. 63 recipients in total. Harry thought about this. How will they react? "Poorly," Ironforge said, without hesitation. "Most of them will assume it's fraudulent. Several will attempt to challenge it immediately. A small number, those with old blood, those who understand what the documents actually say, will understand that there is no mechanism for the challenge to succeed." He looked at Harry steadily. "This is why we recommend that your next action be taken within 24 hours of filing. Before the panic sets in." "Sirius Black," Harry said. Ironforge nodded. "We anticipated this. The House of Black's vassal contract is in order. Your claim on the vassal relationship is clear and uncontested under ancient law. The formal demand for Sirius Black's release has been drafted. It needs only your signature and it will be delivered to the Minister of Magic, the head of the DMLE, and the Wizengamot simultaneously." He placed the document on the table. Hermione read it first. She couldn't help herself, and when she reached the bottom she looked up with an expression that contained complicated emotions. "Harry," she said quietly. "If this works, sign it." Harry said. She nodded. He signed it. The response from the ministry came in 4 hours. Harry was still in Diagon Alley. He and Hermione had gotten lunch at the Leaky Cauldron and he'd bought new books from Flourish and Blots not because he needed them for school but because he wanted them, which was a novel experience, when the owl arrived. It was a ministry owl, the self-important kind with the official wax seal, and it dropped the letter on the table between their plates with the accuracy of a small missile. The letter was from Cornelius Fudge. It was addressed to Mr. H. Potter and the tone walked an uneasy line between dismissive and panicked, which was interesting because those were contradictory emotions and yet Fudge had somehow managed both at once. "Mr. Potter, the ministry has received notification from Gringotts regarding certain claims filed today in your name. The ministry wishes to make absolutely clear that any documents purporting to confer lordship titles or sovereign rights are subject to review and verification by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and cannot be considered valid until such review is complete. Furthermore, the demand regarding Sirius Black is not a matter the ministry is in a position to act upon pending the aforementioned review. Mr. Black remains a dangerous fugitive and the ministry." Harry stopped reading. He set the letter down. "He said no," Hermione said. She was reading it over his shoulder. "He said pending review," Harry said. Which is the same as no but with paperwork. He thought for a moment. Then he reached into his bag for parchment and quill and wrote for approximately 90 seconds. He handed it to Hermione. She read it. Her eyes went slightly wide. You're quoting the specific statute. You told me the statute. I know, but you remembered it. I remember things when they're important. He held his hand out for the letter back, and when she gave it to him he folded his response into the ministry envelope and resealed it with his own wax. He'd bought a seal at an apothecary down the street, the 4-part Peverell-Slytherin-Merlin seal that the vault had contained alongside the rings, and using it now felt like the correct move. He handed it back to the ministry owl. The owl looked at the seal. Then it looked at Harry. Then it took the letter and left in considerably more haste than it had arrived. What did you write? Hermione asked. I told him that under Section 12 of the ancient sovereign laws, the registration of a lordship claim by Gringotts constitutes legal proof of inheritance without requiring ministry review. That the ministry has no constitutional authority to delay or withhold recognition of a claim filed under those laws. That the demand for Sirius Black's release is not a request subject to ministry discretion but a sovereign writ binding under magical law. And that if the ministry does not comply within 48 hours, I will file a formal charge of constitutional obstruction against him personally with the ICW. Hermione stared at him. You can't, can you actually do that? Harry looked at the 4 rings on his hands. I genuinely don't know, he said cheerfully, but I don't think Fudge knows either, and that's what matters right now. She made a sound that was halfway to a laugh and the other half exasperation and sat back in her chair. This is going to be insane, she said. Probably, Harry agreed. He picked up his tea. How's yours? The second ministry response came 6 hours later, this time delivered by a different owl, not the pompous official kind but a faster, more discreet brown one that didn't wait for acknowledgement. The letter was from Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, and its tone was entirely different. Professional. Careful. The tone of someone who had read the applicable law very thoroughly. Lord Potter, the DMLE has reviewed the sovereign writ filed today in the matter of Sirius Oran Black. Preliminary legal assessment confirms that the writ is filed under applicable ancient law provisions and cannot be denied pending standard review processes. Formal custody review hearing has been scheduled for Monday, July 21, 9 a.m., at the Ministry of Magic. Your attendance is required as the petitioning sovereign lord. You may bring counsel. Please be advised that this hearing will take place under significant political scrutiny. The DMLE's position is that the law requires us to hold this hearing, the ministry's position on its outcome is a separate matter. Amelia Bones, head, DMLE. Harry read this and then read it again. She's warning me, he said. Yes, Hermione agreed. She was reading over his shoulder again. He'd stopped minding this around second year. She's saying the law forced her to schedule the hearing but that Fudge will fight the outcome. She's being honest about it. She paused. I think Amelia Bones might be one of the good ones. Could be. He folded the letter carefully. We need to write to Sirius. He's in hiding, he'll have ways to receive mail. He always does. Harry was already writing. Short, specific, informational. Hearing Monday. Don't show up early. Don't do anything dramatic. Actually, don't do anything at all, just be reachable. He paused and added a final line. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Then, because that last line was something Sirius had never had from anyone who meant it, he underlined it. He gave it to Hedwig. Hermione watched the owl go and then turned back to the table with a look on her face that Harry knew well. The look that meant she had more to say and was deciding whether now was the right moment. Say it, Harry said. Dumbledore, she said. The name sat on the table between them. He'll have received the Gringotts notification, she continued. As a Wisengamot member, which he is, and as Hogwarts headmaster, which puts him on the academic institution list. He knows. Harry, he'll be trying to reach you. I know. What are you going to do? Harry thought about the device on Dumbledore's desk. The spinning instrument. He thought about 15 years of guidance that had always stopped just short of the things he actually needed to know. The love in it, he didn't doubt that there was love in it, genuine and complicated and real. But love and honesty weren't the same thing, and Dumbledore had confused them for too long. I'm going to let him wait, Harry said, until after the hearing. Then I'll meet with him. On my terms. Hermione absorbed this. That's reasonable. I was going to say something he won't be expecting. She looked at him steadily. He expects you to come to him, Harry. That's always been the dynamic. He expects you to need him. I know, Harry said. That's why I'm not going to. Monday morning arrived overcast and humid, the kind of London summer day that couldn't decide between rain and oppression and settled on both. Harry wore his best robes. He'd bought new ones over the weekend, actual properly fitted robes from Madame Malkin's, and when the assistant had asked for the occasion and he'd said ministry hearing, she'd nodded and brought out something dark and simple and well-cut that said serious without saying threatening, which was exactly right. Hermione was with him. She'd appointed herself his counsel without asking, and he'd accepted without discussion. She'd spent the weekend reading every relevant piece of magical law she could find and had arrived that morning with 12 feet of notes, a prepared argument, and eyes that said she had slept 4 hours and didn't care. The ministry atrium was the same as it always was, grandly bureaucratic, full of witches and wizards in ministry robes moving with the focused purposefulness of people running slightly late. Harry had been here before, for his own hearing after the Dementor incident, and it had felt terrible then. Intimidating and enormous and designed to make a person feel small. He walked through it now and it just felt like a building. Several people noticed him. He saw the recognition cross their faces, the lightning bolt scar, the glasses, the face that had been on the front of the Daily Prophet enough times to be unmistakable. Usually that recognition brought a particular kind of attention, somewhere between celebrity and curiosity. Today there was something else in it. A wariness. A reassessment. As if the notification from Gringotts had reached more people than he'd expected, or as if word had traveled the way word traveled in small communities with big gossip habits. Amelia Bones met them outside the DMLE offices on level 2. She was a square, solid woman with a monocle and the face of someone who had decided long ago that she would not be intimidated by anything that didn't genuinely deserve to intimidate her. She looked at Harry with the particular attention of someone making a rapid assessment. Lord Potter, she said. Harry had been practicing not reacting to the title. He was getting better at it. Director Bones. Thank you for scheduling this. The law scheduled it, she said. I facilitated. She glanced at Hermione. Miss Granger. I've read your academic record. You're 15 years old. I'm aware, Hermione said pleasantly. The law doesn't specify age requirements for Sovereign Council, Harry said. Something crossed Bones's face that might have been amusement, tightly contained. No, she agreed. It doesn't. She turned and led them down the corridor. Before we go in, Lord Potter, Fudge will be present. He insisted. He'll attempt to delay proceedings, challenge the writ's validity, possibly challenge your age as it relates to lordship claims. Be prepared. What's the actual legal answer to the age challenge? Harry asked. Ancient law sets magical majority at 14 for the purposes of inheritance and lordship claims, specifically because it predates the current majority age of 17. Since the ancient law supersedes, she glanced at him, as you clearly already know, it renders the age challenge moot. Then we're ready, Harry said. She pushed open the door to courtroom 7. Cornelius Fudge was already there, standing with 2 ministry lawyers who had the expression of people who had read the applicable law and found it distressing. Fudge himself looked like a man who had been told something was impossible and had very much counted on that impossibility and was now confronted with its happening anyway. He was in his lime green bowler hat, which Harry had always found a remarkable choice for someone in a position of serious authority. Several Wizengamot members were present as observers, their seats along the walls filled with senior witches and wizards whose expressions ranged from fascinated to deeply uncomfortable. Harry recognized a few of them. One, an ancient witch in the back row with silver hair and very direct black eyes, was looking at him the way Sharp Fong had looked at him in the corridor, that quality of recalibration, of updating a long-held expectation. Harry took the seat at the petitioner's table. Hermione sat beside him and immediately opened her notes. Bones called the hearing to order with a conciseness that Harry appreciated. The charge was simple: review of the sovereign writ demanding inquiry into the imprisonment of Sirius Orion Black. Fudge began before Bones had finished speaking. The Ministry wishes to note for the record that the sovereign writ in question was filed by a minor. Ancient law sets majority at 14 for purposes of lordship, Harry said. Not loudly. Conversationally. I'm 15. That challenge doesn't hold. Fudge blinked. The Ministry further notes that the validity of the lordship claims themselves is under, the claims were filed and registered with Gringotts under established ancient law provisions. Gringotts has held the relevant vaults and documents for over 700 years and their registration is legally constitutive. Harry glanced at Hermione, who was already sliding the relevant statute across the table. Section 7, subsection 3. Fudge looked at his lawyers. One of them shook his head very slightly. The Ministry, Fudge tried again, with diminishing conviction, reserves the right to minister. Amelia Bones' voice was not loud but it was absolute. The writ is valid. The hearing is proceeding. If you have substantive challenges to the writ's content rather than its filing, please present them. Otherwise, we move forward. Fudge sat down. The hearing took 40 minutes. Hermione presented the case with the precise, unhurried clarity of someone who had organized an overwhelming amount of evidence into the most efficient possible sequence. Every time a Ministry lawyer raised an objection, she cited the applicable statute, often before they'd finished the objection. Harry spoke twice, once to formally invoke the vassal-lord relationship between the houses of Potter Peverell-Slytherin-Merlin and Black, reading the specific language of the 1542 treaty aloud in a clear voice that carried to every corner of the room, and once to formally request the review of Sirius Black's imprisonment record. The imprisonment record was the thing. Because when it was produced, when the DMLE officer brought forward the actual file on Sirius Orion Black, prisoner number AZ 8946, the absence at its heart was impossible to argue around. There is no trial record in this file, Bones said. She said it quietly. She'd clearly already known. But she said it aloud for the record, for the room, for every Wizengamot member sitting along the walls. Sirius Black was committed to Azkaban without trial. The room was not silent. It was the opposite of silent, it was full of the sound of people doing the internal arithmetic, running the implication to its conclusion, arriving at the same unavoidable answer. Under ancient law, Harry said into that noise, imprisonment without trial is illegal, full stop, regardless of the severity of the alleged crime. The prisoner must be released pending a proper hearing. He looked at Fudge. That's what the law says. That's what has always been the law. The Ministry just forgot to apply it. Fudge's face had gone through several colors during the proceedings. Currently it was in the pale to gray spectrum. He had clearly come into this room expecting to either end the hearing quickly or run it into a procedural wall, and neither had happened, and he was now in the uncomfortable position of watching his own legal framework disagree with him. Bones ruled within 5 minutes of Harry's final statement. Sirius Black was to be released from Azkaban custody pending formal trial proceedings. Date of release, within 72 hours, pending retrieval. A formal trial date would be set within 30 days. She looked at Harry as she said it. Her expression was professionally neutral and underneath that was something else, relief, Harry thought. The relief of a person in a system who had wanted to do the right thing for years and had finally been handed the mechanism to do it. Fudge stood up. This is not over, it's over for today," Harry said, and stood up as well. The ancient witch in the back row with the silver hair and the direct black eyes was watching him. As Harry gathered the papers from the table, she caught his eye and gave him a single, brief nod. Not reverence. Just acknowledgement. The acknowledgement of one person who understood history deeply, recognizing that it was being made. Harry nodded back. He walked out of courtroom 7 with Hermione beside him and his 4 rings warm on his fingers and the sense of something gathering momentum, like the first water over a dam long overdue to break. The letter from Dumbledore was waiting at the leaky cauldron when they returned. Formal, careful, warm in tone but precise in content, it asked for a meeting. It mentioned concerns regarding Harry's welfare. It suggested that some of the recent developments might benefit from the guidance of an experienced magical authority. Harry read it twice. Then he wrote back. "Professor Dumbledore, thank you for your letter. I'm well. I'll see you at the start of term." Hermione read the reply and looked at him with wide eyes. "That's exactly as long as it needs to be," Harry said. He handed it to the inn's post owl. She watched it go and then turned to him and said, "He's going to be at King's Cross on September 1st. "I know," Harry said. "And you're not worried about that?" Harry thought about the device on Dumbledore's desk. The spinning instrument. The man who had shaped his life with the best of intentions and the most careful of hands, and the consistent, fundamental mistake of believing that shaping was the same as helping. "Dumbledore is brilliant," Harry said. "He's also been the most powerful man in my world my whole life, and I think that taught him a habit." He looked at the ring on his right hand, the Potter ring, the first one. "The habit of seeing me as something to be managed." "And now?" Hermione asked. Harry picked up his tea. "Now he's going to have to learn a new one." Outside, London was going about its afternoon. Somewhere in the North Sea, Azkaban sat in its perpetual grey cold, and in one of its cells, a man who'd spent 12 years being eaten alive by despair would receive news in 72 hours that would change his entire world. Harry thought about Sirius's face when he found out. The moment of disbelief, then the understanding, then something breaking open that had been shut tight for too long. He was looking forward to that moment more than almost anything he could think of. "Right," he said to Hermione. "What else do we need to do before September?" She opened her notebook to a new page with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had been waiting for precisely this question. "Quite a lot, actually," she said. And they got to work. In Azkaban, in the grey nothing of a cell that had held him for 12 years and then again for 1 year more, Sirius Black sat with his back against the cold stone and his dog's instincts telling him something had shifted. He didn't know what. He had no owl, no news, no way of knowing anything that happened beyond these walls. But something had changed in the magic. He could feel it the way dogs felt thunder before it arrived, a deep, directional certainty, coming from the south, from London, from a direction that felt like Harry. He put his head back against the wall and closed his eyes and held on to the feeling. Something was coming. Something was coming, and it felt like the first warm day after a very long winter. He smiled, and it was the first real smile in months, and it was enough. Chapter 3, The weight of old names. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 o'clock sharp, the way it always did, belching steam and noise and the particular organized chaos of several hundred students and their trunks and their owls and their familiars, all being compressed through a barrier that had no business existing and into a train that had no business being as comfortable as it was. Harry got there early. Not anxiously early, not the way he'd arrived in first year, dragging a trolley and desperately hoping someone would tell him where to go. He arrived 20 minutes before the train departed, found an empty compartment near the middle of the carriage, stowed his trunk, and sat down with a book. Not a textbook. An actual book, one he'd bought from a shop in Diagon Alley that specialized in older magical theory, and he was 3 chapters into it and finding it excellent. Hermione arrived 7 minutes later, took one look at the book, and said, "That's Blackwell's treatise on sovereign magic." "I know," Harry said. "That's a 7th-year level text." "I'm aware. She sat down across from him, arranged her bag, and pulled out her own book, which was also not a textbook. They read in comfortable silence for several minutes while the platform outside filled up. Ron arrived with 5 minutes to spare, slightly out of breath, with a smear of something orange on his collar and a general air of having sprinted most of the way from the car. He dropped into the seat beside Harry, glanced at the books, and said, "Are you two studying already? We haven't even started yet." "Not studying," Harry said. "What is it then?" "Background reading." Ron squinted at the cover of Harry's book. Then at Hermione's. Then back at Harry. He'd been told, over the course of a long and involved letter exchange during the summer, that things had changed, that Harry had been to Gringotts, that Sirius was free, that there were legal proceedings involving ancient documents and sovereignty claims. He'd taken this in with the pragmatic acceptance of someone who had grown up in the wizarding world and understood, on some level, that the rules were older and stranger than they appeared. "So we're going back to school," Ron said, "and you're the king of everything." "Not everything," Harry said. "Just the magical world." "Right." Ron leaned back in his seat. "Normal year, then." Harry smiled. Hermione covered her mouth. Dumbledore was on the platform. Harry had known he would be. He always came to see the students off, or came to greet them on return. It was part of the performance of being Albus Dumbledore, headmaster, the warmth and the visibility and the particular brand of beloved authority that he wore like a second set of robes. Harry had always found it comforting before. The tall figure with the half-moon glasses and the long silver beard, twinkling benevolently at the chaos of the departing express. He saw Harry through the compartment window as the train began to move. Their eyes met for a moment, the headmaster on the platform, growing smaller as the train pulled away, and Harry in his compartment with his book. Harry held the eye contact easily and without tension. He didn't look away first, didn't wave, didn't offer the reflexive smile he'd always offered before. Dumbledore's expression was difficult to read at this distance. Thoughtful, perhaps. Recalibrating, definitely. Then the train curved and he was gone. "He was watching you," Ron said. "I know. He looked a bit, I don't know. Like when Mum figures out one of us has done something but she hasn't worked out what yet." Harry turned a page in his book. "That's a very accurate description, actually." The train was 4 hours out of London when the compartment door slid open. Harry had been expecting this, more or less, in the way that you expected weather when you'd read the forecast. He looked up from his book and found Draco Malfoy in the doorway, which was normal, except that the expression on Malfoy's face was not the usual sneer with a side of performance. It was something more careful. More considered. Crabbe and Goyle were not with him. That was different. "Potter," Malfoy said. "Malfoy." A pause. Malfoy's eyes went to the rings on Harry's hands. He'd been wearing them openly since the day he'd claimed them, and they were noticeable, and then back up to his face. Something moved in those grey eyes. The Malfoy family was old blood. Very old blood. And old blood recognized the Peverell seal, the Slytherin seal, in the way that deep memory recognized something it hadn't consciously known it remembered. "I heard about the hearing," Malfoy said. "Most people did." Another pause. Malfoy looked like he was working through something internally, doing the math on a problem that didn't have a comfortable answer. "The Slytherin ring," he said finally. "Yes. You're the Slytherin heir." "I am." Malfoy's jaw tightened once, briefly, then released. "My father said," he stopped. Started again. "There's been a lot of owls at the manor this summer." He said it carefully, the way a person said something that meant more than it sounded. "A lot of people trying to work out what things mean now." "I imagine there are," Harry said. Ron had gone very still beside him. Hermione had put her book down and was watching with the focused attention of someone observing a chemical reaction. "I'm not here to threaten you or challenge you or whatever you think I'm here to do," Malfoy said, and the words sounded like they cost him something. "I'm here because, My father expects me to come back and tell him what I observed. What you were like. What your position seemed to be. Harry regarded him for a moment. Then he said, "What are you going to tell him?" "That you seemed settled," Malfoy said. "And that you were reading a serious book." He looked at the treatise again. "And that you appeared to be exactly what the documents say you are." "And what does your father plan to do with that information?" Malfoy's expression went through something complicated and landed somewhere honest in a way Harry hadn't expected. "I don't know," he said. "I genuinely don't. That's part of why I came to look for myself, rather than just sending a report." The train rattled around a long curve. Late afternoon light came through the windows at a low angle, catching the dust in the air. "Sit down if you want," Harry said, and went back to his book. Malfoy blinked. Then, after a moment that seemed to cost him something, he stepped into the compartment and sat, not beside Harry but in the spare corner by the window. He didn't speak again. He looked out at the darkening countryside. After a while he produced his own book from somewhere, and the compartment settled into a quiet that was strange and not unpleasant and full of the particular tension of things unfinished. Ron caught Harry's eye and mouthed, "What are you doing?" Harry mouthed back, "Wait." Ron shook his head with the resigned expression of someone who had accepted that his best friend was now operating on a frequency he couldn't always follow. Hogwarts at night was Hogwarts at its best. Coming up the lake in the boats as a first year was magical because everything was magical at 11 and you didn't know enough to be jaded yet. Coming back in the carriages year after year, you saw the castle from a distance and it was beautiful in the abstract way of things you took for granted. But tonight, arriving in the great hall and taking his usual seat and looking up at the enchanted ceiling and then around at the 4 house tables and the staff table and the whole enormous, beloved, impossible edifice of the place he'd come to more than anywhere else, Harry felt something different than usual. He felt ownership. Not possessiveness. Not dominance. The specific feeling of someone who has just understood that a place they loved actually, legally, constitutionally belonged to them, in a way that didn't diminish the love but deepened it. Hogwarts had been built on land owned by the 4 founders. The founders whose houses Harry now carried in rings on his fingers. 3 of them. The 4th, Gryffindor, was the one he didn't have, but the other 3 between them had contributed more than half of everything this castle was and meant. He'd read about this in Blackwell's treatise. He hadn't said anything about it yet, to anyone. He was still deciding what it meant. The sorting proceeded as it always did, new first years in their damp robes and expressions of stunned wonder, the hats singing, names called in alphabetical sequence. Harry watched and half listened and let his mind work through the shape of the year ahead. Then the hat finished the sorting, and the last new first year went to Ravenclaw, and Professor McGonagall reached for the stool to take it away. The hat spoke again. The room went quiet, not gradually but instantly, the way rooms went quiet when something unexpected happened. The hat had made an announcement before, once, about houses and unity, back in Harry's first year. That had been unusual. This was more unusual. In light of recent events, the hat said, in a voice that carried to every corner of the hall without being loud, events which those with old blood will already have felt and those without old blood will soon learn, it is appropriate for me to note the following. Every face in the hall turned to the hat. Several of the professors turned to each other. At the staff table, Dumbledore had gone very still. "The House of Slytherin has an heir," the hat said. "He is not new to this hall. He is sitting at the Gryffindor table, which is exactly where Salazar would tell you never to put him, and exactly where Godric would tell you he belongs, and the argument between those 2 positions is ancient and unresolved and beside the point." A pause. "The House of Peverell has an heir. The House of Merlin has an heir, for the first time in recorded history." Another pause, longer. "I am 1,000 years old. I was made to sort, and I have sorted, and I do not make announcements without reason. The reason is this: the old magic has woken up. What that means for this school and for this world is not mine to determine. That is the heir's work. The pause this time was so long that Harry thought the hat was finished. Then, he has my complete confidence. For what that's worth coming from a hat. Complete silence. Then the great hall erupted. Not into panic, into the roaring, cascading noise of 600 people all trying to talk at once. The sound hit the ceiling and bounced back down, and Harry sat in the middle of it with the 4 rings on his fingers and every eye in the hall turning toward him, the students, the professors, everyone. He didn't look down. He looked back at the room. The Slytherin table was the most interesting to watch. He could see the moment the old blood students processed what the hat had said, not, Zabini, and halfway down the table, Daphne Greengrass, who had gone absolutely still in a way that was different from everyone else's stillness. Everyone else was processing in the outward, noisy way of shock. She was processing inward. Her grey eyes moved to Harry once, very quickly, assessed something, and moved away. At the staff table, Dumbledore was looking at Harry with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read from this distance. It wasn't angry. It wasn't panicked. It was, Harry thought, studying it carefully, the expression of a man who was revising a plan in real time and finding the revision larger than expected. McGonagall was looking at Harry with something that was trying to be professional neutrality and failing because underneath it was astonishment, and underneath the astonishment, if he was reading her correctly, something warmer. Pride, maybe. The complicated pride of a teacher watching a student become something that eclipses what you taught them. Harry picked up his fork and started on the roast chicken. Ron stared at him. "Are you eating right now?" "I'm hungry," Harry said. "The hat just announced, I know what the hat announced." "The whole school is, I know," Harry said. "And in about 10 minutes it's going to settle into the general noise of term starting, and then we're going to eat pudding, and then we're going to go to bed, and in the morning it's going to be exactly as significant as it is right now, except everyone will have had time to panic about it properly." He looked at Ron. "Eat. Seriously, the chicken's good." Ron looked at him for a long moment. Then he reached for the chicken. Hermione was already eating and making notes simultaneously, which was an impressive mechanical feat after dinner and the school's migration to dormitories. In the pushing, chattering current of students heading for the staircases, Harry felt someone fall into step beside him. He knew who it was before he looked, the same way you sometimes knew who was calling before you picked up the phone. The quality of the footfall, or the way the air moved, or something less definable than either. Daphne Greengrass matched his pace exactly. She was a precise person. Harry had noticed this over 4 years of sharing a school without ever properly speaking to her. Everything measured and nothing wasted. Her robes were always exactly right, her hair always exactly right, and the impression she gave was of someone who had decided very early in life that the world was fundamentally a negotiation and had prepared accordingly. "Greengrass," Harry said. "Lord Potter," she said, and unlike the way some people said it, stiffly, experimentally, trying on the weight of it, she said it like it was simply the correct word for the thing she was addressing. "Harry is fine. I'll bear that in mind." She wasn't looking at him, which was interesting. She was looking ahead, down the corridor, at some middle distance. "I want to be clear about something. I'm not here to pledge fealty or offer an alliance or perform whatever political ritual you're probably expecting from a Slytherin." "I wasn't expecting anything," Harry said. That made her glance at him. A quick, assessing look, the kind that evaluated and filed away. "My family is old. Not as old as Peverell, but old enough that my grandmother told me stories about the convergence theory when I was 7. She was the first person who told me Salazar left more than a school behind." She paused. "When your name appeared on the public record at Gringotts, after the filing, my mother sent me an owl that was 12 feet long." "What did it say?" "That I should be careful, and watch, and not make any decisions until I understood the situation fully." A beat. "My mother is the most careful person I know. She doesn't advise caution when the situation is stable." "What do you think the situation is?" Harry asked. Daphne was quiet for a moment. They rounded a corner and the corridor thinned, students peeling off toward various staircases, and for a moment they were briefly more alone. I think the last 20 years of the wizarding world have been a consequence of the magical world forgetting something fundamental about itself, she said quietly. And I think the memory just woke up. Harry looked at her sideways. That's a very specific reading of recent history. I've had a very good summer. Something crossed her face, not quite amusement, but in the same neighborhood. I also want to be clear that I'm not looking for a reward or a position. I'm not, this isn't a Slytherin play, whatever you think of Slytherin plays. Then what is it? She stopped walking. They were in an alcove between two suits of armor, the main corridor flow bypassing them. She turned to face him properly for the first time in the conversation. Her eyes were gray and direct and completely unafraid. I want to know if you're real, she said. Everyone who matters is doing the calculation. Figuring out which way to move, what the play is, how to position their house. My mother included, if I'm honest. But I grew up on those stories, and what the contract actually describes isn't a political position. It's something older. She held his gaze. So I'm asking you directly, which is not a thing Slytherins generally do. Are you the thing the contract says you are? Not legally. Actually. Harry thought about the vault. The warmth of the door. The portraits waking up. The way the Merlin ring had felt going on, like breathing deeply after years of shallow breaths. Yes, he said simply. She studied him for a long moment. Whatever she was looking for, she seemed to find it, because something in her posture changed, not relaxing exactly, more like a decision being made and settled. All right, she said. All right? Harry said. I'll be watching, she said, and stepped back out into the corridor and was gone, precise and unhurried, toward the Slytherin dungeons, without looking back. Harry stood in the alcove for a moment. That was either the beginning of something useful, said a portrait on the wall behind him, a medieval lord with a red beard who'd apparently been listening, or the most elaborately constructed trap in 4 centuries. Thanks, Harry said. Just saying, the portrait said. Slytherins. The morning brought McGonagall. She was waiting outside the portrait hole when Harry came down for breakfast, standing in the corridor with her arms folded and her expression doing the complex thing it did when she had something official to say that she also had private feelings about and was maintaining professional separation with some effort. Lord Potter, she said. Professor, he said. The headmaster would like to see you. After breakfast. I have defense first thing, Harry said. He'd like to see you before class. Harry considered this. Tell him I'll see him after defense. If that doesn't work, after lunch. McGonagall's expression shifted fractionally. He was rather, Professor McGonagall. Harry met her eyes directly, not unkindly. I have been waiting to hear from Professor Dumbledore since early July. I asked for a meeting and was told it could wait until term. I'm now happy to fit it in. But on my schedule. She looked at him for a long moment. 40 years of teaching had given her the ability to read students with extraordinary accuracy, and he could feel her reading him now, not the situation, but him, the specific person he was this year versus the one he'd been the year before. He let her look. I'll convey the message, she said, and there was something in her voice that was not disapproval. She started back down the corridor, then paused without turning around. Lord Potter. Yes. The Sorting Hat expressed its confidence. A beat. So do I. She walked on. Harry watched her go, and felt something uncomplicated and warm, and went to breakfast. Defense against the dark arts had a new professor. This was not, by itself, unusual. They'd had a new professor every year so far, in what Harry had come to think of as the position's operating procedure. What was unusual was the specific professor standing at the front of the data classroom when Harry's fifth-year Gryffindors filed in. Dolores Umbridge was a short, wide woman who wore pink the way some people wore armor and smiled the way some things smiled before they bit you. Harry had seen her before, at the disciplinary hearing in August, where she'd been a hostile presence in a room already hostile enough without her contribution. She'd arrived at that hearing with pre-prepared objections and a smile that never reached her eyes, and she'd had to sit and watch the hearing proceed anyway, and she had not enjoyed it. She was looking at Harry now with that same smile. "Students," she said, in a voice that was high and soft and carefully designed to sound gentle. "Welcome to Educational Theory in Defense Against the Dark Arts," Harry said. He said it the way you corrected a small factual error, pleasantly, without aggression, just correcting the record. Umbridge's smile held. "The Ministry's recommended approach to defense is, the Ministry's recommended approach doesn't constitute the course content. The course content is defense against the dark arts. That's what's on my OWL examination." Harry opened his textbook. "Shall we start with the chapter on defensive shields? That seems like a logical place to begin." The classroom was very still. Umbridge looked at Harry Potter with his Peverell-Slytherin-Merlin rings and the expression of a boy who had no intention of being moved and did the calculation that anyone with instincts for power did. "Perhaps," she said, "we can discuss the Ministry's guidelines for—" "I've read the Ministry's guidelines," Harry said. "I've also read the actual applicable curriculum requirements, and the Data OWL examination specifications, and the Hogwarts Founding Charter's provisions regarding educational standards." He met her eyes. He could feel the whole classroom watching. "I'm not trying to be difficult, Professor. I'm trying to learn what's on the exam. Can we start the lesson?" There was a beat of silence in which several things happened invisibly. Umbridge calculated her authority and found it, in this specific room with this specific student, considerably less absolute than she'd expected. The class collectively realized that the dynamic here had already been decided, in the first 5 minutes, before a single spell had been cast. And Harry opened to Chapter 1 and put his quill down and waited with the patience of someone with a very clear conscience and very good posture. "Chapter 1, Umbridge said, and her voice had the tightness of someone swallowing something unpleasant. "Miss Granger, would you begin reading?" Hermione, 3 seats to Harry's left, opened her book with the small precise satisfaction of a person watching dominoes fall correctly. "Of course," she said. Dumbledore's office smelled the same as it always had. Warm wood and old books and something faintly sweet that Harry had never been able to identify, honey, maybe, or the particular kind of magic that had been lived in a space for long enough that it left a smell. The portraits of previous headmasters lined the walls, awake and watching. Most of them were doing a reasonable impression of minding their own business. 1 or 2 were looking at Harry with unmistakable curiosity. Phineas Nigellus Black, in his portrait in the corner, was looking at him with an expression that was exactly what you'd expect from an ancestor watching the heir of his vassal house settle comfortably into the chair in front of the headmaster's desk. Harry sat in that chair. Dumbledore was at his desk, and for the first time in Harry's experience, the headmaster looked something other than completely at ease in his own space. He looked like a man who had prepared for a conversation and was now revising his opening. "Harry," he said. "It is good to see you." "And you," Harry said. He meant it, which made the conversation both easier and harder. The spinning instrument on the desk was doing the 2-directional spin. Harry looked at it openly, and then looked back at Dumbledore, and waited. Dumbledore followed his gaze. "You know what that is," he said. "You've been monitoring me." "For your protection, I know," Harry said. "I'm not angry about it." He kept his voice even. "I want to talk about that in a moment. But first I want to say something, and I'd like you to hear it without responding until I'm finished." The request was simple enough, but the phrasing of it, the implicit claim of the right to set the terms of the conversation, made Dumbledore pause. He studied Harry for a moment and then inclined his head. "You've managed my life," Harry said. "My placement with the Dursleys. My introduction to the magical world. My understanding of my own history. The things you've told me and the things you haven't. The prophecy, which you knew about for years and chose to share on your own schedule." He kept his voice level and his hands still. I don't think you did it maliciously. I think you did it because you built a plan and the plan needed a specific version of me, one who was brave and loyal and not quite in possession of everything, because a Harry who knew everything was a Harry you couldn't steer. Dumbledore was very still. The things I didn't know, Harry continued, were kept from me. The inheritance. The bloodline. The contract. The legal rights I had from the moment I turned 14 that nobody mentioned. Those aren't things I should have discovered at 15, in a vault I found out about from a letter that arrived at 4 in the morning and not from you. He looked at the headmaster directly. Now I'm not asking you to justify it. I'm not asking for an apology right now. I'm saying this so we're both clear on what I understand, so we can have an honest conversation for once. The silence stretched. When Dumbledore spoke, his voice was quieter than usual, and the quality of the quiet was different from his usual careful calm. It was the quiet of a man making a genuine effort. You are quite correct, he said. In its essentials. He looked old in a way that he rarely showed. I told myself it was necessary. That the prophecy required a particular shape of, he stopped. Started again. I'm not certain I was wrong. I am certain I was, not entirely honest. With you or with myself. I know the prophecy, Harry said. Dumbledore looked up sharply. It was in the Peverell vault documents. A copy. Apparently Gringotts kept records of everything relevant to the bloodline's protection, and a prophecy naming the heir was relevant. Harry met his eyes. I know what it says. I know what it implies. I want you to know that I know, so you stop calibrating what you tell me around what you think I can handle. Another silence. Then, slowly, Dumbledore said, what do you plan to do? Everything, Harry said. He said it simply, without drama. The sovereignty claims are filed. Sirius is free. The Ministry is in the process of understanding that it doesn't have the authority it thought it did over certain matters. Voldemort is still out there and still a genuine threat, and I intend to deal with him, on my terms, when the time is right. He tilted his head. I need you, Professor. Not as a guardian or a manager. As the most experienced magical mind in Britain. A beat. Are those terms you can work with? Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter sitting in his chair with 4 ancient rings on his fingers and a very specific quality of presence that came from a person who had recently found out exactly who they were and had decided, without fuss, that they were completely fine with it. I am, he said, going to need some time. You have some time, Harry said. Take the week. He stood up. One more thing. Umbridge. Ah, Dumbledore said. She's a Ministry plant. She's here to monitor me and gather information for Fudge. I don't particularly mind being monitored, but she's going to actively sabotage the Dada curriculum, and my year group has OWLs, and we need to actually learn practical defense. He headed for the door. Fix it, or I will, and my way will be more public. He put his hand on the door. Harry, Dumbledore said behind him. Harry turned. The headmaster was looking at him across the study, the portraits on the walls watching, the instruments spinning, all the beautiful complicated accumulated weight of the office pressing down and around them both. He looked like someone who had been a chess player for a long time and had just realized that the best move on the board was to stop playing chess. I am sorry, he said. For what it's worth. I know its worth diminishes somewhat given the context. It's worth something, Harry said honestly. Not nothing. Something. He met the old man's eyes one more time. I'll see you at dinner. He walked out into the corridor and pulled the door closed behind him and stood for a moment in the quiet of the 7th floor. Then he turned and walked toward the staircase, down through the warm interior of the castle that carried 3 of his bloodlines in its stones, toward the evening and the term and the enormous, specific, deeply satisfying shape of his life. Down on the 2nd floor, he passed Neville Longbottom heading the other way, carrying a herbology text under one arm and an expression of settled determination that was new on his face this year, something had happened over the summer, something that showed in the way he held his shoulders. Harry stopped. Nevada. Neville stopped. Harry. He glanced at the rings the way everyone glanced at the rings, and then looked up, and there was no awe in his face. Just warmth. Just Neville. You all right? I'm good, Harry said. You? Yeah. A small smile. Gran sat me down this summer and had a conversation I think she's been putting off for 10 years. About? About how being the heir of Longbottom means something, Neville said. About how she's been so focused on me becoming what Frank was that she forgot to let me become what I am. He paused. She cried a bit. We both did. He looked slightly embarrassed about that. But it was a good summer. Harry looked at his friend. Neville Longbottom, who had been underestimated by everyone including himself for 4 years, standing in the corridor of Hogwarts with something new and solid in him that hadn't been there before. Harry felt something that was not political, not strategic, not related to any of the large-scale things currently in motion, just a straightforward, uncomplicated gladness. Good, Harry said. I'm going to need you this year. Actually need you, not just glad you're around. Neville held his gaze. I know, he said. I'm ready. They went their separate ways, and the castle hummed around them with the particular living warmth of an ancient place that recognized its own, and outside the high windows the Scottish sky was going dark and full of stars, and somewhere in the grounds Hagrid was moving between his hut and the forest, and the lake was perfectly still, and Hogwarts, old as anything, indifferent to politics and prophecy and the small anxious movements of people who thought they could manage what could not be managed, breathed in and out and carried them all forward into whatever came next. Chapter 4. Fleur the Owl arrived on a Wednesday in late September, during breakfast, when the great hall was at its noisiest and most distracted, which meant that almost everyone saw it. It wasn't a standard owl. It was a magnificent white bird, large and deliberate, that came in through the high windows with the unhurried confidence of something that had never needed to hurry a day in its life. It circled the hall once, just once, as if establishing that it had arrived and was not in a rush about anything, and then descended with absolute precision and landed in front of Harry's plate. The letter it carried had the seal of the French Ministry of Magic. Navy wax, gold fleur-de-lis, and something older beneath it, a secondary seal that Harry recognized after a moment as the mark of the Académie de Beauxbatons, the oldest magical institution in continental Europe. The hall had gone from noisy to attentive in about 4 seconds. Harry picked up the letter, opened it, and read it while the white owl helped itself to his toast without being invited. Lord Potter, the French Ministry of Magic writes to formally acknowledge the sovereign claims filed with the International Confederation of Wizards on the 14th of July. Per the constitutional protocols of the ICW founding charter, the French ministry recognizes the validity of said claims and requests the honor of a formal meeting at your earliest convenience. In the interest of establishing diplomatic relations in accordance with ancient law provisions, the French ministry requests to send an envoy to represent French magical interests and to begin preliminary discussions regarding the implications of the Merlin sovereignty claim on French territorial agreements. Our envoy will arrive at Hogwarts on the 1st of October, with the permission of the headmaster, to whom we have written separately. Respectfully, Minister Maxime, French Ministry of Magic P.S. Our envoy is familiar with Hogwarts and the surrounding area and will require no particular arrangements. Harry read it twice and then passed it to Hermione. She read it and looked up. Olympe Maxime is sending someone from Beauxbatons, she said. The P.S. means they've been here before. Fleur Delacour, Harry said. Hermione blinked. You already knew. The French ministry would send someone young enough to be near my age, familiar with Hogwarts, with strong personal diplomatic instincts, and connected to Beauxbatons by direct affiliation. He reached over and retrieved his toast from the white owl, who gave him a look. Fleur Delacour was the Beauxbatons champion last year. She was here for 8 months. She knows the castle. She's half Vila, which means the French ministry is also making a point about their comfort with old bloodlines. He took a bite of toast. It's a well-chosen envoy. Ron had been listening to all of this with the expression he wore when he was slightly behind the conversation and aware of it. Fleur Delacour, he said slowly. The one who, yeah, all right, she's brilliant, Hermione said flatly. I was going to say, Ron. Brilliant, Ron agreed. October 1st arrived grey and blustery, the Scottish autumn making its seriousness known in the way it always did, not gradually but all at once, as if summer had simply decided it was done and packed up overnight. The trees on the grounds had gone amber and red and the lake reflected a sky that couldn't quite commit to rain but kept threatening it. Harry was in the Transfiguration courtyard when she arrived. He wasn't there to meet her specifically, he'd been out of the castle since early morning, walking, which was something he'd started doing when he needed to think. The castle's halls were full of people and attention and the constant low-level awareness of being watched, which was fine, he'd adjusted to it, but sometimes the grounds were better. The fresh air and the solitude and the particular quality of thinking that came with moving through space. He heard the carriage before he saw it. Not a Bosbaden's carriage, she hadn't come in the powder blue flying coach that had made such an entrance last year. She'd come by standard port key, arriving at the Hogwarts gates with a single traveling bag, a folder of documents, and the kind of grace that wasn't performance but constitution, written into the way she moved the way height was written into the way you stood. Fleur Delacour was 19 now. She'd always been beautiful in the way that Vila heritage made beautiful, the kind that hit like a physical thing and took a moment to recover from, but there was something different about her this year than last year. A precision. Last year she'd been brilliant and frustrated and fighting against the castle's indifference to her abilities. This year she had the quality of someone who had decided what she was for. She came through the gates and looked up and saw Harry standing in the courtyard, and she stopped. He raised a hand. Miss Delacour. She looked at him for a moment with the clear, assessing look that he was starting to recognize as a specifically French diplomatic quality, not rude, just accurate. Then she walked toward him. Lord Potter, she said. Her accent was exactly as he remembered. You are not the welcoming party I expected. I was already out here, Harry said. I'm not really a welcoming party kind of person. Non. She looked at him with something that might have been the beginning of amusement. I don't think you are. She glanced around the courtyard, the castle walls, the grey sky, the leaves blowing across the flagstones. I know this place. I know, Harry said. Come inside. There's tea. Tea, she said, in the tone of someone accepting a cultural peculiarity. Of course there is. They had tea in a small sitting room off the main entrance hall that McGonagall had arranged, comfortable without being formal, good natural light, a fire going because the 1st of October genuinely warranted one. The folder of documents that Fleur had brought sat on the table between them, unopened. She had taken off her traveling cloak and was in formal but simple blue robes, and she sat very straight and looked at him with directness he respected. I am going to be honest with you, she said, because I think you are the sort of person who responds better to honesty than to diplomacy. That's accurate, Harry said. The French ministry sent me because I know you by reputation and by proximity, and because they believe I can establish a rapport with you that a formal ambassador could not. They are also sending me because I am, she paused, choosing the word carefully, persuasive in certain ways, and they expect that to matter. The Vila thing, Harry said. She met his eyes directly. Yes. They expect it to soften the conversation. Does it bother you? Being deployed for that? She held very still for a fraction of a second, the stillness of someone who had been asked a question they hadn't expected and was deciding whether to answer it honestly. Yes, she said. It bothers me considerably. I am the top graduate of my year at Bosbaden's. I have a working knowledge of 7 magical legal systems and I speak 4 languages. But I am sent to negotiate because of my grandmother's bloodline. Then let's not do that, Harry said. She tilted her head fractionally. I mean the Vila thing, he said. Let's just not. You're not here as a persuasion tool and I'm not interested in being persuaded that way. You said you're the top graduate of your year, I'm going to treat you like that. He looked at the folder. What does France actually want? The small change in her expression was subtle enough that he almost missed it, a kind of recalibration, similar to what he'd seen in Daphne's face in the corridor. The adjustment of someone who had prepared for one type of conversation and found themselves in a different, better one. She opened the folder. France has 7 major treaty agreements that reference the ancient laws as their constitutional basis, she said, sliding the first document across. Under the Merlin sovereignty claim, those treaties now have an active sovereign authority above the French ministry. This creates a complex legal situation that our ministry finds, she chose the word carefully, uncomfortable. They're worried I'm going to start interfering in French magical governance, Harry said. I'm not, Harry said. The sovereignty claim is constitutional, not administrative. I have no interest in running the French ministry. I don't want to run the British ministry either, frankly. What I want, he stopped and thought about how to say it clearly. The old laws exist because they were built on something real. Something about what magic is and how it should be governed. Not by committees, not by bureaucracies, but by something that actually understands what's at stake. He picked up the first document and read it. What I care about is that those foundations don't get eroded any further than they already have been. She watched him read. There was something very observant about the way she watched, not passively but actively, cataloging. You are not what I expected, she said. What did you expect? A boy who had been handed something enormous and was either frightened by it or performing not being frightened by it. She paused. You are neither. No, Harry agreed. How did you get here? She didn't mean it geographically. You were a student. You are 15. 3 months ago you were, according to everything I read, the youngest and most sheltered person in this situation. I found out the truth, Harry said simply. And then I stopped pretending I hadn't. She looked at him for a long, steady moment. There are people, she said carefully, on the ICW who are going to challenge the sovereignty claim. Not because they believe it's invalid, the documents are clear enough that no serious legal mind believes it's invalid, but because accepting it restructures the balance of power in ways that threaten people who have built careers on the current structure. I know. The British ministry alone is, I know, Harry said again. Fudge is already making noise. He's not the problem, he's just the loudest symptom of the problem. He set the document down. Who's the actual problem? She hesitated. The hesitation was different from her earlier pauses, this one had a quality of weighing loyalty against honesty. She resolved it in the direction of honesty, which Harry noted and filed. The ICW has a senior council of 7 nations, she said. Britain is one. France is one. The other 5 have been notified of the sovereignty claim and their responses have been varied. 2 nations have sent private acknowledgements, similar to France's. 2 have said nothing, which means they are waiting to see which way the current flows. She looked at him. The 7th has actively challenged the claim with the ICW Secretariat. Which nation? The German Magical Confederation. Their Chancellor, Heinrich Braun, has filed a formal dispute. He is arguing that the contract was not properly witnessed, that the bloodline convergence cannot be verified by modern standards, and that the Merlin House claim specifically is, his word, fantastical. She watched Harry's face as she said it. He is not acting alone. He has backing from several smaller nations who fear the precedent. Harry thought about this. Then he said, what's Braun actually protecting? Excuse me. Nobody spends political capital challenging a 700-year-old contract because of procedural concerns, Harry said. That's a rationalization. What does Braun actually stand to lose if the sovereignty claim is validated? She blinked. Then something moved in her expression, recognition, or respect, or both. The German Confederation's position on the ICW is weighted heavily toward their control of the Eastern European magical territories, she said slowly. Territories that were incorporated into the Confederation under a treaty that references the ancient laws as its basis. If the sovereign authority over the ancient laws is active and held by someone outside the Confederation, he loses his justification for the territorial claims, Harry said. Not immediately, not automatically, but the legal foundation under his position gets significantly less stable. Yes, Fleur said. Right. Harry leaned back. He thought for a moment, looking at the fire. Then, tell the French ministry that I have no intention of destabilizing European magical governance. Tell them that the sovereignty claim is not a threat to national authorities that operate in good faith within the ancient constitutional framework. Tell them I'm happy to provide that assurance in writing. He met her eyes. And tell Braun, through whatever channel you use for these things, that if he wants to challenge the claim, he should bring it to the ICW directly and in public. Because I'll win a public hearing and he knows it, and the people backing him should know that too. Fleur looked at him for a moment. Then she closed the folder. You are going to cause a great deal of upheaval, she said. Probably, Harry said. Is that a problem? For me personally. She considered this with the seriousness it deserved. Then, no. I find I have less patience for the current structure than I perhaps should, given my position within it. A small pause. For France, it depends on how it's handled. Will you help me handle it well? She looked at him again with that direct, cataloging attention. You are asking me to advise you. You're the top graduate of your year, you know 7 legal systems, you speak 4 languages, and you're already here, Harry said. Yes, I'm asking you to advise me. Not as a ministry envoy. As yourself. The fire popped. Rain had started outside, tapping against the windows. Fleur Delacour sat across a table from Harry Potter in a small warm room in a Scottish castle and looked at him with something complicated and new in her expression. I will think about it, she said. Good, Harry said. Are you staying for dinner? She blinked, fractionally thrown by the gear change. Yes. I believe the arrangement was for 2 days. Then you have time to think. He stood up. I'll show you where you're staying. McGonagall put you in the East Wing, I think. The view's better from there. She stood, and picked up her folder, and looked at him for a moment more before following him to the door. Lord Potter. Harry, he said, without turning around. A beat. Harry, she said, and there was something different in the way she said his name than the way anyone else said it, thoughtful, like she was tasting it and deciding she didn't mind the flavor. The marriage contract. He turned. She met his eyes steadily. I have read it, she said. The full text. My grandmother kept a copy. She held his gaze without flinching. I know what it says about the heir's consorts. Harry looked at her. The firelight was good and the rain was coming properly now and he could hear it against the glass. He said, so do I. Neither of them said anything for a moment. This was not an uncomfortable silence. It was the silence of 2 people who had just acknowledged something real without either of them flinching from it, and who had independently decided to let it be real without immediately making it into something else. Dinner's at 7, Harry said. She almost smiled. Of course it is, she said, and followed him out into the hall. That afternoon, on the other side of the castle in the room of requirement, Neville Longbottom was hitting a training dummy hard enough that the charms McGonagall had put on it for structural integrity were being tested. Harry had started training sessions 3 weeks into term. Not the grand formal kind, not the DA that Hermione had been suggesting and that he was holding in reserve for a specific reason, just small group, practical, honest work. Neville. Ron. A few others who had asked and who he'd evaluated and decided were ready. The room gave them what they needed each session, which was one of the things about it Harry most appreciated. Today it had provided a course of 12 training dummies at varying heights and speeds, a series of obstacle barriers, and a wall of shields that required either raw power or very precise spellwork to breach. Harry had run through it in 6 minutes. Neville had taken 11, and was now going back through it again, faster, working on the parts that had slowed him. Harry leaned against the wall and watched. The thing about Neville this year was that the raw material had always been there. It had always been there, the size, the determination, the stubbornness that looked like slowness but was actually just refusal. What had changed was that he'd stopped apologizing for it. He went at the dummies with his wand and his elbows and, when he fumbled a banishing charm at close range, a shoulder check that sent the dummy spinning, and then followed it up with a stunner that hit center mass. "Better," Harry said. "The banishing charm is still sluggish," Neville said, not out of breath but getting there. "The banishing charm is fine. You hesitate before you cast it. Like you're checking yourself." Neville looked at him. He wiped sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. "My gran always said I was too aggressive." "She was wrong about that specific thing," Harry said. "You have the right instincts. Trust them." He pushed off the wall. "Again. Don't check yourself." Neville turned back to the course. Ron came to stand beside Harry, slightly damp, having just finished a session with the shields. He was good at defense, better than he ever showed in class, where he tended to defer to Hermione's enthusiasm. Here, without an audience, he was solid and quick and considerably more technically sound than he pretended. "Can I ask you something?" Ron said. "Go ahead." "The Fleur Delacour thing." He watched Neville work. "Is that political or is it? Both things can exist," Harry said. Ron looked at him sideways. "That's very diplomatic. I learned from the French." Ron snorted. They watched Neville clear the last 3 dummies in a sequence that was clean and fast and showed none of the hesitation from the first run. He came back looking like someone who had tested himself and found what they expected was there. "The marriage contract," Ron said, more seriously now. "I've been thinking about it. And it names specific people. Or types of people. Right?" He was choosing his words carefully, which was not always Ron's way. "It's not, Harry, it's not the kind of thing where someone's going to get hurt because of it, is it? Because the people it involves, they don't just get, they have choices." Harry looked at his friend. In the morning light coming through the high windows, Ron looked older than 15, in the way that people who spent a lot of time thinking about other people's feelings looked older. He'd been thinking about this for weeks, Harry could tell. Probably since he first read the relevant section of the contract. "Yes," Harry said. "They have choices. The contract creates a right, not a compulsion. Nobody is bound to anything they don't choose." Ron nodded. Exhaled. "Good," he said. "That's good." He paused. "Hermione explained the legal sections to me, but she explained them in the way where I nodded a lot and understood about a third. The short version is, the contract says there are people whose bloodlines were anticipated as matches. It doesn't say they must. It says they may." Harry looked at the practice course. "The rest is up to everyone involved." Ron nodded again, satisfied in a way that was really about more than legal technicalities but was too personal to say directly, so he didn't say it, and Harry didn't make him. Dinner was lively. Fleur had been given a seat at the staff table, which had produced a visible wave of attention from the student body that she handled with the practiced ease of someone who had been handling that particular kind of attention since age 12. She sat between Flitwick, who was delighted to have someone to discuss French charm work theory with, and an empty chair that belonged to Trelawney, who had apparently decided to have dinner in her tower, as she often did. Harry caught Fleur's eye once across the hall. She was in the middle of explaining something to Flitwick with both hands, animated in a way that she hadn't been in the sitting room earlier, the formality gone, the precision still there but wearing different clothes. She caught his glance and looked back at him with that measuring expression. He raised his cup slightly. She turned back to Flitwick without acknowledgement, but there was something at the corner of her mouth that hadn't been there before. "She keeps looking at you," Daphne said. Harry turned. She'd materialized from somewhere. She had a talent for appearing at conversational junctures without being observed in transit, which was either a Slytherin skill or something specific to Daphne herself. She was 3 seats down the Gryffindor table, which in itself was interesting. Students didn't cross house tables at dinner. That was just not done. "What are you doing over here?" Harry asked. "Eating," she said, gesturing at her plate, which did in fact contain food. "The Slytherin table has been unbearable all day. Everyone wants to discuss what your Slytherin ring means for their family politics. It's exhausting." "What does it mean for their family politics?" "It means they don't know whose side to be on," she said, cutting her chicken precisely. Everyone spent the summer assuming Voldemort's return was the dominant power structure they'd have to navigate. Then the sovereignty claim happened and now they're recalculating. She looked up. Slytherin House contains approximately 30 students whose families are genuinely uncertain whether to back you or Voldemort. And the other how many? 15 who are committed Voldemort supporters by family mandate and roughly 8 who would back you if they thought it was safe to. She said all of this with the same precision she applied to everything, not dramatically, just accurately. "Plus me. Where do you put yourself?" She looked at him steadily. "I told you on the train. I'm watching." "And what have you seen so far?" She considered this seriously. It was one of the things he'd noticed about Daphne. She considered everything seriously before she opened her mouth, which meant when she spoke, it was worth listening to. "I've seen you handle Umbridge without a single rule violation she can use against you. I've seen you run a training group that nobody gossips about because the people in it are loyal rather than just obedient. I've seen you correspond with the French ministry and apparently not embarrass yourself." She glanced up at the staff table. "I've seen her come here expecting a political transaction and spend the afternoon looking like she didn't get what she expected but found something more interesting instead." Harry said nothing. "The students who are watching you," Daphne said, quietly, "are looking for a reason to commit. Not to a claim. Not to a title. To you." She set her fork down. "I'm one of them. I want you to know that's where I am, so you don't mistake the watching for opposition." Harry looked at her. The hall was loud around them, the warmth and noise of hundreds of students, and she sat in it like a still point in moving water. "I don't," he said. She picked her fork back up. "Good." After dinner, walking back from the great hall, Fleur fell into step beside him the way Daphne had that first night, materializing out of the flow of people without announcement. "Who was the girl?" she asked. "Daphne Greengrass. Slytherin. Old blood. She was talking to you very seriously for dinner conversation. She usually does." They walked in comfortable silence for a moment, their footsteps matching on the flagstones. The castle was doing what it did in the evenings, the torches lower, the shadows warmer, the proportions of the corridors somehow different than they were in daylight, more intimate. "I have thought about your offer," Fleur said. Harry waited. "I will advise you. Not as the French ministry's envoy, I will send my official report and it will say what it needs to say. But separately, for my own reasons." She paused. "My reasons are that the magical world is governed badly and I am tired of it, and you appear to be the first person in my lifetime with both the standing and the actual intention to change something." "That's a very clear reason," Harry said. "I am a clear person," she said, with a slight arch to her voice that was, he was fairly sure, humor, French-inflected and dry. "What I will not be is used. If you make decisions that go against what I believe is right, I will tell you directly and not pretend otherwise." "I'd want nothing less," Harry said. She looked at him sideways as they walked. In the torchlight she was less formally beautiful than she'd been in the daylight and somehow more so, less the diplomatic envoy and more just herself, a very intelligent and very direct person who happened to be carrying heritage she hadn't chosen and was choosing how to use it. The contract, she said. Yes. I have questions. Ask them. She was quiet for a moment, the way she was quiet when choosing words carefully. My grandmother believed, and she was a serious woman, not a romantic one, that the convergence wasn't designed as a political arrangement. She thought the people who wrote the contract understood something about magic that we've forgotten. That certain kinds of power require certain kinds of foundation. Emotional foundation. She paused. She said the reason the convergence had never fully activated before was that every previous heir had claimed the lordships and the territories but not the personal provisions. And that the personal provisions were actually the point. Harry processed this. I'm not making a declaration, she said quickly. I'm telling you what my grandmother believed, because it seems like the kind of thing you should know. What did she think the personal provisions were the point of? Harry asked. Fleur looked ahead, down the corridor. She thought they were there because someone 700 years ago understood that you cannot hold something that large alone. That the old magic doesn't work that way. It requires witnesses. People who know you, who are bound to the same truth. She paused. She called them anchors. The word landed with a weight that had nothing to do with politics. They had reached the east wing staircase. Fleur stopped at the base of it, and turned, and looked at him with her direct grey eyes in the warm torchlight. Good night, Harry, she said. Good night, he said. She went up the stairs. He watched her go. He thought about anchors. He thought about Hermione in the leaky cauldron with her notebooks and her 12 feet of prepared notes. About Ron training in the room of requirement without performing for anyone. About Neville going back through the obstacle course a second time on his own. About Daphne sitting at the wrong house table eating her dinner with that precision that was actually a very specific kind of courage. About Sirius, free, somewhere warm, sleeping without dementors at the edges of his dreams. He stood in the corridor for a moment and felt the weight of everything he was carrying and found it, against all reasonable expectation, manageable. Not because it was small. Because he wasn't carrying it alone. He turned and headed for Gryffindor Tower, and the castle carried his footsteps warmly through the dark. Chapter 5, Blood and Throne. The summons from the ICW arrived on a Monday. Not a letter this time. A formal document, rolled and sealed with the ICW's official mark, 7 interlocked circles in deep blue wax, the seal that hadn't changed since 1692, delivered by a ministry owl that arrived during Transfiguration and interrupted McGonagall mid-sentence, which was not a thing that happened lightly. She took the letter, looked at the seal, looked at Harry, and handed it to him without comment. He read it under the desk. The ICW was convening an emergency session on the 23rd of October at its headquarters in Geneva. The agenda, listed in formal magical Latin and then in English for clarity, contained one item, review and formal determination of the Peverell-Slytherin-Merlin sovereignty claim, filed July 14, by one Harry James Potter. At the bottom, in smaller script, attendance of the claimant is required for the determination to proceed. Failure to appear will result in the claim being reviewed in absentia, which under ICW procedural rules may result in a temporary suspension of the claim pending further investigation. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket and spent the rest of Transfiguration thinking about Geneva. After class he found Hermione in the library, which was where she always was when she wasn't somewhere more specific. She was surrounded by 5 books and a stack of notes and looked up when he sat down with the focused attention of someone who had been deep in something good and was allowing the interruption only because it was him. He put the letter on the table. She read it. Twice. They're trying to review it in a controlled setting, she said. Yes. If they control the setting, they control the outcome. Also yes. You have to go, she said. But you have to go correctly. She was already thinking ahead, he could see it, the familiar sight of her brain 3 moves past the current conversation. The ICW procedural rules give the claimant the right to present their case in full. They can't limit your time or your materials without violating their own charter. And their charter, She pulled a book from the stack without looking, opened it to a marked page, explicitly states that sovereign claims under the ancient laws are subject to the law of recognition, not standard ICW review procedures. Meaning they can't vote it down, she said. The law of recognition states that a valid claim under ancient law is recognized by magic itself and cannot be overturned by committee vote. The committee can only determine whether the claim is valid, and if it is valid, they must recognize it. They cannot choose not to. Harry looked at the ceiling. So the hearing is actually just a formality. Yes, if we present it correctly. But, she looked at him seriously, if you walk in there and they find a procedural error, a documentation gap, anything they can use to suspend proceedings, they will buy themselves time. Time means Braun can build a coalition. Time means Fudge can lobby. Time means the claim sits in review while the world operates as if it doesn't exist. So I need to walk in there and end it in one session, Harry said. In one session, with no procedural gaps, with documentation that cannot be challenged, with the physical proof of inheritance present, and with, she hesitated. What? She looked at him carefully. You need to walk in there and be exactly what the contract says you are. Not just legally. These are old magical nations. Their senior representatives have old blood. They'll feel the rings the moment you walk into the room, Harry. Braun's challenge is legal, but his actual vulnerability is that he's arguing against something that everyone in that room can feel is real. She paused. Don't let them make it abstract. Make it real. Harry nodded slowly. He thought about Ignatius Peverell's letter. The world you've been living in is a small world built inside the ruins of a much larger one. I need to write to Fleur. Already ahead of you, Hermione said, and produced a half-written letter from under her notes. He looked at her. You needed the Geneva Protocols, she said. She'll have them. She's the French ministry's envoy, she has access to ICW procedural documentation that we don't. Harry picked up the letter, read what she'd written, and added a paragraph at the bottom. He handed it back. Send it. She sent it. Fleur's response came by return owl, which in itself was a statement about her feelings on the matter. The response was 3 feet long, dense with procedural detail and legal analysis, and included a hand-drawn diagram of the ICW chamber layout with notations about sight lines and the positioning of the senior council seats relative to the presenting position. At the bottom, in ink slightly different from the rest, written last, Harry thought, after the official content, was a single line. I will be there. Not as the French envoy. As myself. Harry read that line 3 times and then pinned the diagram to his wall. The 23rd arrived on a Thursday, which meant missing 2 days of school for travel. McGonagall made a complicated expression when Harry told her, then approved the absence with the crisp efficiency of someone who understood that some situations superseded the ordinary schedule of 5th-year coursework. Dumbledore said nothing about the hearing when Harry told him, which meant he'd known about it already and had been waiting to see if Harry would mention it. Harry mentioned it, and the headmaster listened, and then said, "Would you like company?" "I have company," Harry said. "Thank you." A beat. The ICW will not make this easy. No, Harry agreed. But easy isn't what I need it to be. I need it to be correct. He paused in the doorway of the office. Will you be monitoring the proceedings? Dumbledore looked at him steadily. I have some standing with the ICW. As a former Supreme Mugwump, I retain observer rights. Then observe, Harry said. Don't intervene. If I need you, I'll ask. Something moved in the old man's face, something that was working through the particular difficulty of a person who had been useful his whole life being asked to step back and trust. He worked through it, and what came out the other side was something genuine. Very well, he said. Harry nodded and left. Geneva in late October was cold and clear, the kind of alpine cold that had teeth. The ICW headquarters was not a building that appeared on any Muggle map. It occupied a space between 2 streets in the old city, accessible through a concealed entrance that required a wand tap on a specific stone and the correct phrase in Old Latin, and it was exactly as impressive as an institution that had governed the magical world for 3 centuries should have been. From the outside, nothing. A blank stretch of wall between a watchmaker's shop and a café. From the inside, a building that had been magically extended to contain a chamber the size of a cathedral, with seats rising in semicircular tiers around a central floor, 17 national delegations arranged by treaty precedents, and a ceiling that showed the actual sky above Switzerland through some charm that was either very elegant or very old or both. Harry arrived at 8 in the morning. The session was called for 9. He'd brought Hermione, Fleur, and Sirius. Sirius Black, free for 2 months now and looking like a man who had recovered some essential quality that 12 years of Azkaban had buried, walked into the ICW building in formal black robes with the House of Black crest on the breast and an expression that mixed the discomfort of a large formal space with the particular satisfaction of someone accompanying a person they believed in unreservedly. He'd spent the previous evening in their Geneva hotel reviewing the documentation with the focused competence that reminded Harry that Sirius had been top of his year at Hogwarts, which people forgot because they focused on the wrong things about him. Hermione had spent the train journey in a state of productive intensity, reviewing notes and compiling her documentation into the specific order she'd decided was optimal and declining to be spoken to about anything unrelated to the session. Fleur was already in the building when they arrived. She was standing in the entrance hall in full formal French ministry robes, deep blue, gold trim, the authority of official representation worn correctly, talking to a man Harry recognized from the documents as the ICW Deputy Secretary. She saw Harry, finished her sentence to the Deputy Secretary, and came to meet him. "The chamber opens at 8:30, she said. "Braun arrived an hour ago. He has 4 other delegates with him." She looked at Harry with her clear, assessing gaze. "He is going to challenge your age first. Then the documentation. Then the bloodline verification methodology. In that order. I've seen his preliminary filings." She held up a folder. "I obtained them this morning." Harry looked at the folder and then at Fleur. "How did you get those?" "I asked politely," she said, with the particular tone that meant the asking had been rather more complex than that. "I am the French ministry envoy. I have access to ICW filings." "What does he say?" "The age challenge is weak, ancient law majority provisions are clear, and the ICW's own founding documents reference them. He knows it's weak. He's using it to establish a tone of challenge." She opened the folder. "The documentation challenge is more serious. He's arguing that the vault documents cannot be independently verified because they've been in Gringotts' custody and Gringotts is not a neutral party. The vault is its own verification," Harry said. "The magic of the contract, he'll argue that magical activation can be simulated by sufficiently advanced spellwork." She looked at him. "It's nonsense, but it's plausible-sounding nonsense, which is the most dangerous kind." "And the bloodline claim?" "He's hired a genealogical specialist who is prepared to argue that the Peverell-Merlin bloodline convergence hasn't been verified by modern analytical methods." She paused. "His specialist is a man named Aldrich Voss. He's published 3 papers on bloodline inheritance and 2 of them are legitimate scholarship. The 3rd was commissioned by the German Confederation." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Can you get me 10 minutes alone with Voss before the session?" Fleur and Hermione both looked at him. "Not to threaten him," Harry said. "I want to show him something." Aldrich Voss was a small, precise man in his 50s with the specific look of an academic who spent more time with documents than people and was generally more comfortable that way. He was in a small anteroom off the main corridor, surrounded by papers, making notes with the rapid focused writing of someone in pre-session preparation. He looked up when Harry walked in and immediately looked wary. Harry sat down across from him without being invited, which was a choice he made consciously. "You're going to argue that the bloodline convergence can't be independently verified," Harry said. Voss straightened. "Lord Potter, I don't think it's appropriate for the claimant to approach. I'm not trying to interfere with your testimony," Harry said. I just want to show you something. He held out his right hand, palm up, with the Merlin ring facing upward. Voss looked at the ring. Despite himself, despite his professional wariness, something happened in his face, the involuntary response of a man who had spent his career studying bloodlines and magic and was now looking at the genuine article at close range. His eyes went slightly unfocused, the way eyes went when someone sensitive to magic encountered something too large to process casually. The ring, Harry said, activates when I touch the specific family seal of any bloodline in the convergence. It's been doing it since I claimed it. The Peverell archives describe this as the resonance test, the way the old families verified inheritance before analytical methods existed. He kept his voice conversational. I can demonstrate it with the Slytherin seal in your papers, if you want. Merlin's blood recognizes Slytherin's seal and vice versa. The rings cross-verify. Voss was looking at the ring with the expression of a man whose prepared argument had just developed a significant structural problem. I'm not asking you to change your testimony, Harry said. I'm asking you whether you want to be the person who argues against something you can see with your own eyes. Because the chamber is going to be full of people with old blood who are going to feel what you're feeling right now the moment I walk in. He put his hand down. Your employer's political position is one thing. Your professional reputation is another. He stood up. Think about it. He left Voss with his papers. In the corridor, Hermione looked at him. What did you say? The truth, Harry said. Come on. They're opening the chamber. The ICW chamber was everything the entrance hall had suggested it would be and more. The tiered seats were filled, every nation's delegation in their designated section, the robes of 17 countries a field of color and formality under the winter sky showing through the charmed ceiling. The senior council occupied a raised semicircular bench at the front, facing the central floor where the claimant would present. Harry walked to the center of that floor and stood there. The room had been loud with pre-session conversation. As he took his position, the noise subsided, not all at once, but in spreading circles, like dropping a stone into water. People registered him and went quiet. Then the people next to them registered the quiet and looked up. By the time he was fully positioned, the chamber was almost silent. He could feel it, what Hermione had described, what the portraits in the vault had implied. The rings were warm. The old blood in the room, and there was a great deal of it, was responding to something it recognized the way a bell responded to its particular pitch. Not everyone felt it. But enough did, and the ones who felt it were the ones who mattered. At the senior council bench, a tall woman at the center, the ICW Secretary General, Emilia Vasquez, whose file Harry had read thoroughly, was watching him with the focused attention of someone who felt it strongly and was not going to let it alter her procedural conduct. Good, Harry thought. He didn't want sentiment. He wanted the law. Beside Vasquez, Heinrich Braun sat with 4 delegates around him and the particular expression of a man who had prepared extensively for something and was now recalculating. He was a large, square-jawed man in his 60s with heavy formal robes and the bearing of someone who had held significant institutional power for long enough that he'd begun to confuse the power with the person. He looked at Harry with professional hostility. Harry looked back. Vasquez called the session to order. The formalities took 20 minutes. Credentials established. Agenda confirmed. The formal statement of the claim read into the record by the ICW secretary, a young Swiss wizard who read with the flat effect of someone determined to be a neutral instrument. The challenge filed by the German Confederation formally entered. Then Vasquez said, "The claimant may present." Harry stepped forward. He'd thought about this. About what Hermione had said, make it real, don't let them make it abstract. About Ignotus's letter. About the device spinning on Dumbledore's desk. Secretary General, he said. Senior Council. Delegate nations. He paused. I'm not going to read you a legal argument. You have the documents. Your legal advisors have read them. The Gringotts certification is in your hands. The historical record is complete and has been submitted in full. He looked around the chamber slowly. I'm going to do something simpler. He raised his right hand, palm outward, the 4 rings facing the room. The ring of Peverell, he said. Claimed by blood right from a vault sealed in 1291, opened by the recognition of the family magic when I placed my hand on the door. A pause. The ring of Slytherin. Dormant since the Ministry of Magic illegally remanded the Slytherin estate assets in 1981. Activated by bloodline inheritance that predates that ministry's existence by 12 centuries. Another pause. The ring of Merlin. Unclaimed in the Gringotts sovereign register for 400 years. Active now. He looked at Braun directly. The ring of Potter. My family's ring, which I should have been given at 14 but was withheld. Also active. He lowered his hand. 3 of these rings are in your founding documents, he said. Not mentioned. Not referenced. Written into the foundations. The Peverell seal appears on page 3 of the 1692 ICW founding charter. The Slytherin seal appears in the constitutional preamble as one of the 3 anchoring bloodlines of magical law. The Merlin seal, he looked at Vasquez, appears on every single ICW treaty document, Secretary General. Including your credentials. The authority you hold traces back to a foundation that is now standing in this room wearing 4 rings. He let that sit. I am not here to take anything from anyone, Harry said. I am not here to dissolve the ICW or dismiss national authorities or replace the systems that govern magical life. I'm here because the law, the oldest law, the foundation law, the law on which everything else is built, requires recognition. Not my preference. Not my ambition. The law. He looked at the senior counsel. The law of recognition in your own charter. You wrote it. You can't unwrite it by voting. Vasquez said, the German Confederation has filed a challenge regarding, the German Confederation can challenge anything it likes, Harry said, and his voice was still conversational, still level. That's their right within the ICW system. But the challenge is procedural. And the law of recognition is constitutional. Procedure does not supersede constitution. He looked at Braun. Chancellor Braun. If you have a specific legal objection to the validity of the claim, raise it now. In public. On the record. He paused. If your objection is that the claim threatens your Confederation's territorial justifications, that's a different conversation, and I'm happy to have it separately, because I've already said publicly that I'm not here to destabilize good faith governance. Braun's jaw tightened. But if you're going to use procedural challenges to avoid a direct response to a constitutional question, Harry continued, then you should know that every delegate in this room understands exactly what you're doing, and I think you know that too. Silence. Vasquez said, Chancellor Braun. Your formal challenge. Braun looked at Harry for a long moment. The age challenge, the documentation challenge, the bloodline verification challenge, the folder of prepared objections that his team had spent weeks assembling. He looked at Harry with the 4 rings and the 15-year-old face and the quality of absolute stillness that the chamber had responded to the moment he walked in. He looked at his own delegation. One of his advisors gave him a very small shake of the head. The German Confederation, Braun said carefully, reserves the right to further review the claim's implications for existing treaty agreements, and requests a formal consultation period of 30 days before any additional sovereignty provisions are activated. That's not a challenge, Vasquez said. That's a request. Yes, Braun said. It is a request. Vasquez looked at Harry. The claimant's response to the request for consultation. 30 days is reasonable, Harry said. I have no objection to consultation. The treaty implications are real and deserve proper discussion. He looked at Braun. That's what I've been saying since July. Something shifted in Braun's expression. Not warmth, not capitulation. But a reassessment. The recognition of someone who had prepared for a fight and found the thing he was fighting was not, actually, fighting back, it was simply standing there, solid and clear and correct, in a way that made the fight itself look small. Vasquez turned to the senior counsel. The council will deliberate. The deliberation took 11 minutes. Harry stood in the center of the chamber and waited. Sirius had found a seat in the observer gallery and was watching with the focused attention of a man attending the most important thing he'd seen in years. Hermione was at the claimant's support table with her notes, still and watchful. Fleur, in the French delegation section, was sitting exactly upright with her hands folded and her face professionally neutral and her eyes on Harry with an expression that was, underneath the professionalism, something much simpler and warmer. Vasquez returned. The ICW Senior Counsel, by consensus, she paused, and the pause was its own statement, formally recognizes the Peverell-Slytherin-Merlin sovereignty claim as valid under the law of recognition. The claimant, Harry James Potter, is recognized as the holder of the sovereign authority described in the founding contract of 1291. She looked at him. The consultation period requested by the German Confederation is granted. Treaty implications will be reviewed through the standard consultation process, to begin within 30 days. She leaned forward slightly. Lord Potter. The ICW extends its formal recognition. The chamber was very quiet. Harry said, "Thank you, Secretary General." He turned and walked back toward the claimant's table. He heard the chamber begin to stir behind him, voices starting up, the complicated noise of a room full of people beginning to process the implications of what had just happened. He kept walking, unhurried. Sirius was on his feet in the gallery, not clapping, not performing, just standing up because sitting down didn't feel right anymore, and his face was something Harry was going to remember. At the claimant's table, Hermione looked at him with her eyes very bright and said nothing, which from Hermione was the most eloquent possible response. He sat down beside her. "That's done then," he said quietly. "That's done," she agreed. Outside, in the cold alpine air, they stood on the steps of the building while the delegation flow from the chamber passed around them. Sirius had his arm around Harry's shoulders in a brief, firm grip that communicated about 6 things without any of them being said, and then he stepped back and looked up at the gray sky and breathed like a man who hadn't properly breathed in a long time. "Your father," Sirius said, "would have said something embarrassingly sentimental right now." "What would you say?" Harry asked. Sirius looked at him sideways. "I'd say you walked in there at 15 years old and made an international governing body sit up straight." He shook his head. "And you did it without raising your voice once." "Raising your voice is for people who aren't sure they're right," Harry said. Sirius stared at him. James never said anything that cool in his entire life and he tried constantly. Fleur appeared at the top of the steps, French delegation robes replaced with the traveling coat she'd worn from Hogwarts. She came down the steps and stopped in front of Harry. "The French minister sends her formal congratulations," she said. "And I personally send," she paused, looking for the right word in English, "respect. What you said about Braun's challenge. The way you separated the constitutional argument from the political anxiety. That was," she made a small sound that was French and untranslatable and meant very good with overtones of "I didn't think you could do that." "You helped," Harry said. "The Geneva Protocols. The preliminary filing. The information about Voss." "Yes," she said. "I did." She met his eyes without looking away. "You're welcome." He held her gaze. Behind them, Geneva went about its business, and the ICW building stood blank and unremarkable on its street, and the sky was gray and very clean, and the world had just changed in a way that most people wouldn't feel until tomorrow or next week or whenever the news reached them. "Dinner?" Harry said. Fleur looked at him for a moment. "Swiss food is not particularly good," she said. "We'll find something." "There is a place I know," she said. "Near the lake. It's French." "Of course it is," Harry said. She almost smiled. "Come on then." They went down the steps together. Hermione fell in on Harry's left, Sirius on his right, and Fleur just ahead, leading them through the cold Geneva streets toward the lake, and above them the Alps stood white and enormous against the clearing sky, and somewhere above the clouds the sun was doing something excellent with the light, and it was, Harry thought, a very good day to have won something. Braun was still inside when his advisor found him, sitting alone at the senior council table after the chamber had emptied. The room was much larger when it was empty. The advisor, a young man named Felix who had been with the Confederation for 3 years and was beginning to understand that some positions were more defensible than others, stood at the chamber entrance. "Chancellor," Felix said. Braun was looking at the center of the floor where Harry had stood. The spot where the old magic had done whatever it had done to the heir. "He said he wasn't here to destabilize good faith governance," Braun said. "Yes, sir." "Do you believe him?" Felix considered this carefully, because Braun was the kind of man who valued honest analysis even when it was inconvenient. "I believe he meant it when he said it," Felix said. "He is also 15 years old and in possession of authority that supersedes the ICW charter. What he means now and what becomes necessary later may not be the same thing." Braun looked at the empty floor for a moment longer. Then he stood up, picked up his documents, and began walking toward the exit. "Set up the consultation," he said. "And do it through proper channels, not through challenges." A pause. He offered a direct conversation. "We should have taken it in July." Felix nodded and fell into step behind him. "Also," Braun said, as they reached the door, "find me everything we have on the bloodline verification methodology. Not to challenge it." He paused at the threshold. "I want to understand what I'm actually dealing with." He walked out into the corridor. Felix looked back at the empty chamber one more time. At the space where something old had stood and spoken and reminded an institution that it had been built on a foundation, and the foundation had not gone anywhere. He turned off the lights and followed his chancellor out. Chapter 6, What Voldemort Does Next. The attack came on a Tuesday evening in November. Not at Hogwarts. Not at Harry directly. That was the thing about Voldemort that people who hadn't studied him carefully enough tended to forget: he was not impulsive. He was patient in the particular way of someone who had decided they had forever and planned accordingly. He waited and he watched, and when he moved at the thing that would hurt most, not the thing that was most obvious. He moved at Sirius. Harry felt it through the connection before any news arrived, a sharp, cold pull at the back of his skull around 7 in the evening, while he was in the common room with Ron and Neville reviewing notes from that afternoon's history of magic. Not the scar. Something different. Something that had been growing quietly since the summer, a thread of awareness that he was starting to understand was a product of the Merlin bloodline, old magic's way of keeping its sovereign informed. He was on his feet before he'd consciously decided to stand. Ron looked up. "Harry?" "Sirius," Harry said. "What about?" But Harry was already moving. He went to McGonagall first, because that was the correct order of operations, not running off alone, not the old pattern. He knocked on her office door, and when she opened it he said, in a voice that was level despite the cold certainty spreading through his chest, "Something's happened to Sirius. I need to contact him now." She looked at his face and stepped aside without asking for an explanation. The Floo call went unanswered at Grimmauld Place. The second attempt, to a backup location Sirius had given Harry over the summer in a letter written in a private code they developed, also went unanswered. McGonagall was already moving to her desk. "Dumbledore," she said. "Yes," Harry agreed. The headmaster's Patronus, the Silver Phoenix, which always looked slightly too large for the spaces it moved through, returned with information 23 minutes later. Sirius had been attacked at Grimmauld Place by a group of Death Eaters. He was alive. He'd been found by Mundungus Fletcher, of all people, who had apparently been watching the building for entirely self-interested reasons and had stumbled across the attack's aftermath. He was at St. Mungo's. His condition was being described as serious but stable. "I need to go," Harry said. Dumbledore, who had arrived in McGonagall's office with the speed of someone who had been expecting something like this without knowing the specific form it would take, said, "The castle wards can keep me here or let me through," Harry said. "Your choice." He looked at the headmaster steadily. "I told you I'd ask if I needed you. I'm asking. Come with me, make it official, let's go." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The calculation that moved behind those blue eyes was visible, not whether to help, but how to help correctly, how to be useful without resuming the management role he'd agreed to step back from. It took him less time than it might have taken a month ago. "The school broom closet has a registered port key to St. Mungo's," he said. "For medical emergencies. This qualifies." He produced the port key authorization from his desk drawer as if it had been sitting there waiting. "Minerva, if you would, I'll manage the students," McGonagall said. "Go." St. Mungo's at night had the particular quality of all hospitals at night, the reduced staff, the lowered lights, the specific stillness of a building where serious things were happening quietly. The welcome which recognized Dumbledore immediately and had them moving before the standard check-in process concluded. Sirius was on the 4th floor. "Spell damage ward." Harry pushed through the door. Sirius was conscious. That was the first thing, the important thing, and Harry felt something unclench in his chest that had been clenched since 7 o'clock. He was propped up on pillows with his left arm bandaged from shoulder to wrist and a healing charm still visibly working on a cut above his eye, and he looked like a man who had been through something genuinely bad and was processing it with the specific stubbornness of someone who had been through worse. He looked at Harry when he came in and said, "Before you say anything, I handled it." "You're in hospital," Harry said. "The 3 Death Eaters I didn't handle are also in hospital," Sirius said. "Different one. They got the less comfortable beds." Harry sat down in the chair beside the bed. He looked at his godfather, the bandages, the cut, the general evidence of a serious fight, and felt the thing that lived underneath the calm surface he'd been building all these months. Not fear. Something fiercer than fear. "Tell me what happened," he said. Sirius told him. Calm and complete, the way Aurors reported incidents, detail first, emotional processing later, or never. 3 Death Eaters, masked. Lucius Malfoy by the height and the movement, Sirius thought, though he couldn't confirm. They'd come through the front wards, which meant someone had gotten hold of the counterspell for the Black family protections. The attack had been fast and professional. They'd been trying to take him alive, not kill him, which was both reassuring and more frightening in certain respects. "They wanted you as leverage," Harry said. "Almost certainly," Sirius agreed. He paused. "I'm sorry, Harry. I should have had better." "Don't," Harry said. "This is not your fault." He paused. "It's Voldemort deciding I'm a real problem." He looked at his godfather's bandaged arm. "Which means the Geneva session registered." "The what registered?" Sirius said. "He watches. He calculates. He doesn't make impulsive moves." Harry leaned forward, elbows on knees. "Before Geneva, I was a problem he was managing. A prophecy he needed to fulfill on his own timeline. After Geneva, after the ICW recognized the claim publicly, I'm a structural threat. He can't play the long game anymore because the board has changed." He looked at Sirius directly. "He moved against you because he knows you're the person most likely to make me emotional and reactive." Sirius looked at him for a moment. "And are you emotional?" Harry said. "Yes." "Reactive?" He shook his head. "No. A beat." Sirius looked at his godson, the 4 rings, the level voice, the something in the posture that had been building since July, and nodded slowly. "All right," he said. "What do we do?" "You're not going back to Grimmauld Place," Harry said. "The wards were breached, which means the location is compromised. I own a significant number of properties through the Peverell and Slytherin estates. Gringotts has been managing them. I'm going to ask Ironforge to identify the most secure one and you're moving there. He'd been planning this for approximately 20 minutes, on the port key and the walk through the hospital, and it had assembled itself cleanly. The protections on Peverell properties are blood keyed to the family. They can't be countered by anyone without Peverell blood. That means Voldemort can't replicate what he did tonight. And the people who helped him breach the Black Wards are going to be identified, Harry said. Amelia Bones has been waiting for a reason to move on several suspected Death Eater families. I'll give her one. He stood up and moved to the window. Outside, London was its usual nighttime self, lit and moving and indifferent. He wants me reactive. He wants me scared. He wants me making decisions from the scar and not from here. He turned back. So I'm not going to. Sirius looked at him steadily. James, he said, and then corrected himself. Sorry. There are moments where I know, Harry said quietly. That's all right. The healer came in then, brisk and professional, and shooed Harry to the corridor while she ran evening assessments. Harry stood in the white hospital corridor and felt the anger in him, clean, cold, purposeful, settle into something that would be useful rather than destructive. Dumbledore was down the hall, talking quietly with the ward healer in charge. He looked up when Harry appeared, and something passed between them, a new kind of communication that had developed over the past 2 months, one that had fewer layers and more honesty than the previous version. The attack was directed by Voldemort, Harry said. Not an autonomous Death Eater action. I agree, Dumbledore said. He's changing his approach. Yes. Dumbledore looked at him carefully. He's been watching you since July, Harry. He is, not what he was. He's rebuilt enough of his power to act, but he hasn't rebuilt the certainty that came with his original body and his original strength. He was planning to move slowly. Rebuild. Wait for the right moment. He paused. The ICW recognition changed his timeline. Because now I have standing, Harry said. Not just power. Standing. I can act through official channels in ways that a schoolboy with a destiny couldn't. Yes. And Voldemort understands better than most that official standing, properly wielded, is often more dangerous than raw power. Dumbledore looked old in the fluorescent light. He will try again. And he will be more direct. Good, Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. I mean that, Harry said. Sirius being targeted because of proximity to me that's not acceptable. But it's Voldemort operating at one remove. If he moves directly, I can respond directly. He looked at his hands, the 4 rings. He's been the most frightening thing in my world my entire life because I never had a foundation to stand on when I faced him. I was always reactive. Always the one catching up. He looked at Dumbledore. I'm not catching up anymore. The headmaster was quiet for a long moment. No, he said finally. You're not. I need the order, Harry said. Not as a babysitting operation. As an actual intelligence network. Moody, Tonks, the people with fieldwork experience. They need to be finding Death Eater locations, tracking Voldemort's movements, gathering concrete actionable intelligence. He paused. Can you make that happen? I can, Dumbledore said. I should have been doing it already. Yes, Harry agreed, without harshness. You should. He was back at Hogwarts by midnight, through the port key and through the gates and up through the castle's sleeping corridors to Gryffindor Tower. He knocked on the girls' dormitory door at the base of the stairs, which produced sounds of waking and then Hermione's voice telling him to wait. She came down in 2 minutes, in her dressing gown with her hair down and her face showing the particular expression of someone who had been lying awake not sleeping. I heard, she said. McGonagall told us. He's fine. Badly hurt but fine. He sat down on the common room sofa. Sit down. I need to think out loud. She sat in the chair across from him with the focused readiness of someone shifting from sleeping mode to working mode in real time, which was a skill Harry had always admired. Voldemort's changed his approach, he said. He's going to start moving against the people around me. Not random targets. The people who matter. He looked at his hands. That means everyone in this room is at increased risk. Everyone in our training group. Sirius. Fleur, potentially, given her public association with the sovereignty claim. He paused. I'm not going to apologize for it or tell people to step away. That's their decision. But I need everyone to understand what the actual landscape is. Training, Hermione said. Yes. We push harder. The training group needs to be prepared for real encounters, not just practice dummies. He looked at her. I want to expand it. I've been holding it back because I was waiting for the right moment. The DA, she said. The Defense Association, he said. Proper organized training, open to any student who wants it, openly acknowledged. No hiding. He met her eyes. Umbridge will try to shut it down. Let her try, Hermione said, with a crisp certainty that reminded him that Hermione Granger, underneath all the rule-following and the procedural correctness, was actually furious about Dolores Umbridge and had been since September 1st. I'll handle Umbridge, Harry said. You handle the organizational structure. Sign-up lists, scheduling, curriculum design. I want it to be real training, not just a reaction to a bad professor. She was already mentally building it, he could tell, the lists, the schedule, the carefully designed progression of skills. When do we announce it? This week, Harry said. Tomorrow, if we can. We've waited long enough and Voldemort just reminded me that waiting has costs. She nodded. How's Sirius? She asked, in a different voice, not the organizational one. Angry, Harry said. And fine. Mostly angry. He almost smiled. He took out 3 Death Eaters with a broken wand after his primary one was knocked away. Hermione stared. With a broken, he had a spare, Harry said. Moody's training from back in the day. Always carry a backup. He leaned back against the sofa. Hermione. The wards at Grimmauld Place were breached by someone who had the counterspell for black family protections. She went still. The counterspell is specialized knowledge. Specific to that family's magic. The people who would have that knowledge are a very short list. He looked at her. I need you to cross-reference the known black family confidants with the list of suspected Death Eater sympathizers that Sirius gave me over the summer. I can do that tonight, she said. Tomorrow's fine, he said. Sleep first. She gave him the look that meant she was going to sleep but only after finishing one more thing, which was as close to following advice as she usually got. He went back up to the dormitory. Ron was awake, sitting up in his bed with the curtains open, not pretending to be asleep the way he sometimes did when he was worried and didn't know how to say it. He's all right, Harry said. Ron exhaled. Right. He looked at Harry in the dark room, the moonlight coming through the high window. They're going to keep coming for him. I know, Harry said. I'm moving him somewhere safer. Good. Ron was quiet for a moment. Harry. Whatever happens next, I'm in. You know that. Harry looked at his best friend. Ron, who had been with him since the first train ride, who had given things up that most people didn't notice him giving up, who was sitting up at midnight making sure Harry knew he was solid. I know, Harry said. Get some sleep. The Defense Association was announced the next day. Not in secret. Not on a flyer passed hand to hand in corridor whispers. Harry wrote the announcement, had Hermione format it correctly, and put it on every house notice board simultaneously, with a copy delivered to McGonagall, Dumbledore, and, with deliberate directness, Dolores Umbridge. The notice read, The Hogwarts Defense Association is forming. Open to all students in 3rd year and above. Practical defensive spell work, dueling theory, and real-world application. First meeting, Thursday, 7 o'clock, room of requirement, 7th floor. This is not a reaction to poor classroom instruction. This is preparation for a world that is less safe than it was last year. If you want to be ready, come. Harry Potter Umbridge found him at lunch. She came to the Gryffindor table with her clipboard and her pink robes and her smile, and she stood across from Harry and said, in her most careful tone, "I'm afraid that student organizations require ministry approval under Educational Decree No. 24. Educational Decree 24 was issued by the Minister of Magic," Harry said. He didn't stop eating. The Minister of Magic operates under the constitutional authority of the ICW Founding Charter. The ICW Founding Charter's educational provisions fall under the ancient law's sovereignty framework. He looked up at her. "Which I hold." He tilted his head. "You can tell Fudge I said hello." Umbridge's smile held in the way that things held when they were under significant structural stress. Furthermore, Harry continued, the Hogwarts Founding Charter contains an explicit provision for student practical training associations. It's in Section 9. Godric Gryffindor wrote it. He paused. "I happen to have some standing where the Founding Charter is concerned. The Ministry's position, Dolores." He used her first name deliberately and without aggression, just the simple fact of it. "We both know what this is. You're here because Fudge sent you here to monitor me and create obstacles. You've been doing that since September and we've all been polite about it." He set his fork down. "The Defense Association is happening. You can file a complaint with the Ministry, and the Ministry can take it to the ICW under whose authority I now fall, and the ICW can decide, in the public record, whether a student's practical defense training organization at a school founded by two of my ancestral houses requires Ministry approval." He met her eyes. "How does that sequence sound to you?" The smile stayed. Nothing else did. Behind it, something was working very fast and arriving at uncomfortable destinations. She left without saying anything further. Neville, 3 seats down, had been watching the entire exchange with the focused attention of a student in a masterclass. He looked at Harry and said, "That was lunch," Harry said, and went back to his food. Thursday's meeting had 43 students. 3rd years through 7th years, every house represented, some faces Harry recognized from classes and some he barely knew. They filled the room of requirement, which had configured itself as a large practice hall with padded floors and one wall entirely mirrored and shelving along another wall holding everything useful. Harry stood at the front and looked at them. 43 students who had read a notice and shown up on a Thursday night. Some were here because they were frightened of what was coming. Some were here because they were curious about him specifically. Some, the older ones, the 7th years who were about to step out into a world that was less safe than it had been when they'd started school, were here because they'd understood for a while that Umbridge's theory-only approach to defense was not going to save their lives. "I'm not going to make a speech," Harry said. "Here's what this is. You're going to learn things that actually work. Not theory. Not examination technique. What works when something bad is happening and you need to stop it." He looked around the room. "Some of you are better than others. Some of you have more experience. That doesn't matter in here. What matters is that you work and you improve and you don't give up when something doesn't work the first time." He raised his wand. A training dummy at the far end of the room exploded into motion, not a standard practice dummy but something the room had built to his specification, fast and unpredictable, running attack patterns that couldn't be anticipated by reflex alone. He hit it with a stunning spell that arrived faster than the eye could easily track, cancelled it, hit it with a shield charm that bounced the dummy's own force back, and cancelled that too, and the whole sequence took about 4 seconds. 43 students watched in silence. "That's what 4th-year level practice looks like when you've done it for a while," Harry said. "We'll work up to that. Who wants to go first?" Neville stepped forward immediately. Several people looked surprised. Harry did not. Neville worked through a basic defensive sequence with the careful precision of someone who had been training privately and knew his own weaknesses. He was good, better than most of the room realized, better than his classroom performance had ever suggested. When he finished, there was a silence that was different from the silence that followed most students' attempts. "Good," Harry said. "Your impediment jinx is excellent. The shield charm needs to be 1 count faster, you're anticipating rather than reacting." Again. Neville did it again. Faster. Better. Next. Daphne Greengrass went next, which surprised everyone in the room about equally, including Harry slightly. She was in formal practice stance that suggested private instruction, and she was technically precise in the way that suggested someone who had been taught by a serious teacher. She was also watching Harry in the assessing way she had, filing things away, learning his approach as much as practicing her own. After her, a flood, 6th-year Hufflepuffs who were more capable than anyone had given them credit for, a pair of Ravenclaw twins who had an instinctive understanding of combined casting that Harry made note of, and Luna Lovegood, who had been standing quietly in the back of the room and who, when she stepped forward, cast a shield charm that was so effortlessly powerful that a ripple went through the room. Luna looked at the ripple with her usual mild interest. "I've been practicing with Daddy," she said, by way of explanation. Harry made a note of that too. An hour and a half in, the room was full of the noise and energy of serious work, and Harry was moving between groups, correcting grips and stances and spell pronunciation, and the temperature had gone up from the collective magical effort, and it felt, he thought, watching Hermione run a group of 4th years through shield charms while Ron worked independently on the far side of the room, exactly like what it was. Not a classroom, not a club. A preparation. He was watching Neville work with a pair of 5th-year Hufflepuffs when the room's door opened. Cho Chang came in. She looked around the room with the specific expression of someone who had come late to a decision they'd been arguing with themselves about, and then she saw Harry and came over. "I heard about Sirius," she said quietly. "I'm sorry." "He's all right," Harry said. She looked around the room. "Is there still room?" "There's always room," Harry said. She nodded, and went to find a space, and picked up a wand. After the session, when the room had cleared out and only Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville remained, Neville sat on the padded floor with his back against the mirrored wall and looked at the ceiling with the expression of someone who had just burned through a significant amount of energy and was satisfied about it. "The Hufflepuff twins," he said. "Abbott and Finch Fletchley. They're good." "I know," Harry said. He sat down on the floor as well, the way you sat when you'd been standing and teaching for 90 minutes. "I'm putting them in the advanced rotation next week." "Luna," Ron said. "I know," Harry said again. "That shield charm was, I know." Ron looked at him. "Did you know before tonight or did tonight tell you?" "Before," Harry said. "Luna's been, there's something about her. I've been watching since 3rd year. She has an instinct for defensive magic that most people never develop." He paused. "She's going to be important." Hermione was sorting her notes from the session, observations, improvement points, a draft of next week's curriculum already taking shape. She looked up. 43 students, she said. "And that's just Thursday. I think if we added a Sunday session we'd get 20 more." "Sunday then," Harry said. "There's something else." She hesitated in the way that meant she'd been sitting on information and had decided to release it. "I finished the cross-reference last night. The Black Family Counterspell. The list of people who could have had access to it narrows to 3 families." The room went quiet. "The Rosiers are all dead," she continued. "The Averys are, Avery Sr. is a known Death Eater, already on Bones's list. The 3rd family is the Parkinsons." Harry thought about this. "Pansy Parkinson," Ron said, carefully. "Her father, most likely," Hermione said. But Pansy had access to Grimmauld Place's location through Draco, who knew because of his father's involvement with the Order before it moved to a new location. She looked at Harry. I don't think Pansy knew what her father was going to do with the information. But she may have passed on details without understanding they were sensitive. Does she know that? Harry asked. I don't know. Harry thought about Pansy Parkinson, loud, defensive, sharp in the way of people who had learned early that aggression was better armor than vulnerability. He thought about what it would mean to discover your family had caused something like this. Don't do anything about it yet, he said. I'll talk to Daphne. She'll know better than we do what Pansy knows and what she can handle hearing. Hermione nodded. Neville was looking at Harry with a kind of focused attention. You're not angry at her, he said. It wasn't quite a question. I'm angry at the situation, Harry said. Pansy Parkinson is a 15-year-old girl with a Death Eater for a father. Being angry at her doesn't help Sirius heal faster. He stood up. Being precise helps. Let's be precise. They filed out of the room of requirement and into the corridor, and the castle settled around them in its nightly quiet, and above in the sky that showed through the high windows of the staircases the stars were doing what they always did, burning, indifferent, ancient. Harry walked back to the tower and felt the shape of what was coming. Voldemort had moved. Harry had absorbed the blow and used it to build something. That was going to happen again. Voldemort would move, and Harry would absorb, and build, and the question was whether Voldemort would understand the dynamic before he'd given Harry enough time to finish building. Harry thought probably not. Voldemort was brilliant in ways that made him formidable. He was also, Harry had understood for a while now, fundamentally unable to imagine a person who held power without fearing its loss. He kept expecting Harry to flinch, to overreact, to make the move that fear suggested rather than the move that clarity required. He was going to keep expecting that. And Harry was going to keep not doing it. Sirius was moved to a Peverell estate property in Cornwall the following week, a house on a cliff above the sea, hidden behind wards that were, per Ironforge's assessment, the most comprehensive blood-keep protections in Britain outside of Gringotts itself. He sent Harry a letter 3 days after the move that read, "The house is extraordinary. The view is absurd. There is a kitchen that appears to have been stocked by someone who anticipated I would need feeding up, which I do. I am recovering well and I have already begun to hate how much I am being looked after. The sea is very loud at night. I find I don't mind. When you come at Christmas, bring biscuits. The good ones." Padfoot Harry read the letter twice and pinned it to his wall next to Fleur's Geneva diagram and a map of the Peverell properties that Ironforge had sent. He looked at the map for a while. Properties in Britain, France, Germany, Northern Africa. Safe houses, estates, places that had been sitting empty for decades or centuries, waiting for a family that was taking a long time to claim them. He thought about what Fleur's grandmother had called the personal provisions. Anchors. He looked around his dormitory, the other 4 beds, the sound of the castle breathing, the moonlight on the floor. Outside, somewhere in Britain, Voldemort was recalculating. Harry was already ahead of him. He put out the light and went to sleep. Chapter 7, Crowns Don't Break. December came in hard. The first real snow fell on a Monday, blanketing the grounds overnight so that Tuesday morning's view from the common room windows was white and clean and entirely indifferent to the ongoing collapse of the wizarding world's political architecture. Harry looked at it while eating toast and thought that snow was one of the more honest things. It covered everything equally and didn't care whose side you were on. The political landscape had been shifting for 6 weeks since Geneva, in the way that landscapes shifted after geological events, not all at once, but in aftershocks. The ICW's formal recognition had gone into the public record and every magical newspaper in every country had run the story, and the stories had produced the predictable range of responses: excitement, disbelief, hostility, cautious interest, and a category of response that Harry had started thinking of as productive panic, meaning people who were frightened but whose fear was pushing them toward clarity rather than away from it. Fudge had given 3 increasingly incoherent press statements. The first said the claim was under review. The second said the ministry maintained full authority over all matters of British magical governance. The third, issued after the ICW recognition was formally entered into the public record, was mostly just sentences arranged in paragraph formation without coherent meaning, which told Harry everything he needed to know about where Fudge's confidence had gone. The Daily Prophet had been having the most complicated relationship with reality Harry had ever observed from a newspaper. Rita Skeeter, whose involvement in Harry's life had always been a specific kind of exhausting, had written 4 pieces in 6 weeks, the first dismissive, the second grudgingly acknowledging the documentation's validity, the third a full-page retrospective titled The Boy Who Was More Than We Knew, which was the kind of headline that came from someone who had done the math and decided to be on the right side of history while she still could, and the fourth was an interview request that Harry had declined politely. He'd declined it in writing, which meant Skeeter had the declination in his handwriting and would probably find a way to print that too. The Wiesengemot was the more interesting political development. 2 senior members had publicly written to the ICW acknowledging the sovereignty claim in the weeks since Geneva, not because they particularly wanted to, Harry suspected, but because their legal advisors had told them that failing to acknowledge it was more legally problematic than acknowledging it. Lord Greengrass, Daphne's father, had been one of them. Harry had noticed that. He'd also noticed that Daphne had said nothing about it. She said nothing about most things until they were worth saying. He'd started to appreciate that more than he could easily articulate. The conversation with Daphne about the Parkinson situation happened on a Wednesday evening in a corridor near the library, which was where conversations with Daphne seemed to happen, always in motion, always semi-accidental in framing, always entirely deliberate. She'd been waiting for him, he was fairly sure, though she gave no indication of it. The Parkinson situation, she said, without preamble. You've worked it out, Harry said. 3 days ago. She fell into step beside him, which had become a pattern that neither of them had discussed or formalized but both of them operated within. Pansy doesn't know. I'm certain of it. She chose her words carefully, distressed in a particular way this month. Not guilty distressed. Confused distressed. She knows something's different at home but she doesn't know what it is. Her father's been picked up, Harry said. Daphne went still for 1 step, then resumed. When? 2 days ago. Amelia Bones acted on the intelligence I gave her. He's being held for questioning regarding the breach of the Black family wards. He looked at her. Pansy doesn't know yet. The ministry's been slow about notification. She'll hear today or tomorrow, Daphne said. The family solicitor will contact her. She was quiet for a moment, working through something. She's going to fall apart. Pansy is, she's built everything on her family's position. Her father's approval. If he's, what does she need? Harry asked. Daphne looked at him sideways. You're asking me what Pansy Parkinson needs. You know her better than I do. You're not angry at her, she said. She said it the way Neville had said it, not quite a question, recognizing something and naming it to understand it better. No, Harry said. She was quiet for several more steps, in the way she was quiet when deciding something. She needs to know she's not her father, Daphne said finally. That's what she's going to need. Every person in Slytherin whose family is connected to the Dark Lord is doing one of 2 things, either committing fully because it's the only loyalty left, or desperately trying to find a door. Pansy's always been, she performs the Slytherin politics very loudly because she's actually quite frightened. A pause. She would be one of the ones looking for a door, if someone showed her there was one. Can you be that? Harry asked. I can try, Daphne said. What do you need from me in return? Harry looked at her. Nothing, he said. That's not a transaction. She held his gaze for a moment. Then something in her expression shifted, not softening exactly, more like a wall deciding it didn't need to be a wall anymore. All right, she said quietly. All right, Harry said. They separated at the library entrance, Daphne going in and Harry continuing down the corridor, and he thought about all the small quiet things that built the world, not the grand gestures, not the public confrontations, but this. A person choosing to show someone a door. A person deciding that loyalty didn't require transaction. Fleur had been at Hogwarts for 6 weeks as a semi-official advisory presence, a status that McGonagall had established with careful diplomatic language that satisfied the French ministry's requirements and Umbridge's complaints simultaneously, which was a considerable achievement. She'd settled into the castle with the ease of someone returning to a place they knew, and her presence had become part of the texture of Harry's days, not always visible, but reliably there when it mattered. They had a standing Thursday afternoon meeting that was officially about the ICW consultation process and was also about everything else. That Thursday they were in the same sitting room they'd used for their first meeting, with a fire because December warranted a substantial one, and tea that Fleur had long since accepted as the price of operating in Britain. The Eastern European territorial question, Fleur said. She had documents spread across the table, neat and organized in the way she organized everything. Braun has come back through official channels. He's accepted the consultation framework. His opening position is that the Confederation's territorial claims can be maintained under their existing treaty language with a formal acknowledgement of the sovereignty framework's precedents. That's more reasonable than I expected, Harry said. He went home after Geneva and read the documents, Fleur said. Actually read them. He is a better man than he appeared in that chamber. She paused. He is still primarily protecting his political position, but he is doing it now within the framework rather than against it, which is a significant change. What does he actually want? Assurance that the sovereignty claim won't be weaponized by his political opponents to challenge his internal authority. She looked at Harry. Which is a legitimate concern. If someone in the Confederation can say, the sovereign authority supersedes your chancellorship, it becomes a tool for anyone who wants to destabilize him. So I need to make a clear public statement about what the sovereignty does and doesn't mean in terms of national governance, Harry said. Yes. And it needs to be specific enough that it can't be misused as a tool by either side, and general enough that it doesn't create a precedent that limits your future options. She looked at him. It's not simple. Nothing is, Harry said. But here's the honest position, I have no interest in replacing national governments. I have strong interest in the foundational principles being held to. The sovereignty is constitutional, not executive. It's the foundation on which authority rests, not the authority itself. Say that, Fleur said. In writing? In writing, in public, through the ICW Secretariat. She paused. And I think you should say it directly to Braun. Not through officials. Through a letter, signed personally. Harry considered this. A letter to the German Chancellor. You are his sovereign authority under ancient law, she said, with the slight dryness that was her version of humor. A personal letter is not beneath your position. You're right, Harry said. Can you help me draft it? She looked at him with the expression she got when he asked for her help, something that wasn't quite surprised anymore but still registered each time as though it were. Most people, Harry had the sense, asked Fleur to perform rather than contribute. The difference still caught her off guard. Of course, she said, and reached for paper. They worked on the letter for an hour, Harry dictating and Fleur cutting and refining with the precision of someone who spoke 4 languages and understood that diplomatic language was its own specific craft. The finished product was half a page. Clear, direct, warm in tone without being sentimental. It said exactly what Harry had said in the sitting room and nothing it didn't need to say. He signed it with the 4-part seal and they looked at it together. That's good, Fleur said. You made it good, Harry said. She looked at the letter and then at him, and the Thursday afternoon light was coming through the window at its low December angle, and the fire was warm, and she said, without the careful diplomatic framing she used when she was being official, I want to tell you something. Tell me, Harry said. When I came here in October, she said slowly, I came because my ministry told me to and because I thought this was a situation I could assess and report on and that would be the extent of my involvement. She looked at her hands on the table. I don't think that anymore. Harry waited. I told you I would advise you and I would tell you when I disagreed with you, she said. I have disagreed with you twice, the Voss approach, which I thought was too close to intimidation, and the initial statement about brawn, which I thought was too direct. She paused. Both times you listened to my objection and considered it seriously. The first time you adjusted slightly. The second time you didn't change your position but you explained your reasoning in a way that made sense. Yes, Harry said. Nobody has ever done that, she said. Not at the ministry. Not at Bosbaden's. The people I work for have always listened to me just long enough to find a way to not take my advice. She met his eyes directly, the way she did when she was being most honest. So I am not going back to France. Staying at Hogwarts. Staying adjacent to this, she said, gesturing at the table, the letter, the space between them. Whatever this is. I told you I'm not making a declaration, I know, Harry said. But I am making a decision, she said. I wanted you to know what the decision is. He looked at her across the table and thought about anchors. About the people who knew you. About the way some things that were going to be true were simply true before they were named. I'm glad, he said simply. She held his gaze for a moment, and then picked up her tea, and said, the Braun letter should go today if we want to meet the consultation timeline. Send it, Harry said. She sent it. Dumbledore asked for a meeting on the last Friday before the Christmas holidays, and unlike his previous requests, this one came not through McGonagall but in person, a knock on the Gryffindor common room portrait at 7 in the evening, the fat lady considerably flustered by the headmaster standing in the corridor. Harry came out to meet him. They walked. Not to the office, not to any formal location, just through the castle, the way the headmaster sometimes walked in the evenings, through the corridors that were emptying as students retreated to common rooms. Harry fell into step beside him without discussion and they walked in a comfortable silence that had taken 3 months to build. I want to talk about the prophecy, Dumbledore said. All right, Harry said. The corridor they were in was 7th floor, near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Dumbledore walked with his hands behind his back, looking ahead. When Trelawney made the prophecy, I will not pretend I responded ideally. The prophecy named you and Neville Longbottom as possibilities, and Voldemort chose you by his actions, and he paused, I made you the prophecy. I let it become the whole frame. He was quiet for a moment. It was easier than the alternative. What was the alternative? Harry asked. Telling you the truth. All of it. Treating you as someone who could handle the reality of your situation and make informed decisions within it. He glanced at Harry sideways. Instead I managed you toward an outcome I had decided on without telling you what the outcome was. He stopped walking. Harry stopped beside him. I was afraid, Dumbledore said. It came out simply, without theater. Not of Voldemort. Not of failure, particularly. I was afraid that if you knew everything, the prophecy, the Horcruxes, the full weight of what your bloodline was and what it meant, you would either be crushed by it or changed by it into something that the plan required you not to be. The plan needed me to be a sacrifice, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. Quietly. I still believe it was the correct interpretation of the magic involved. The Horcrux within you cannot be destroyed without, I know, Harry said. I worked it out. The night I found the vault. He looked at the headmaster. There's a Horcrux fragment in me. Put there the night Voldemort killed my parents. The prophecy's final line implies it needs to end. He paused. I worked out the rest too. That the Peverell magic changes it. The mastery of death isn't a metaphor, it's a specific magical condition, and the heir of the Hallows can choose the terms of their relationship with death in ways that a normal person can't. Dumbledore was very still. The fragment can be removed, Harry said. Not through killing me. Through the Peverell sovereign magic. It's in the vault documents, a ritual that the family developed, because the Peverells dealt with death magic more intimately than anyone else and they prepared for contingencies. He looked at Dumbledore. "I've been researching it since September. Hermione's helped. We believe it's viable." The headmaster looked at him for a long moment. You've known this and said nothing." "I was still working through it," Harry said. "And I needed to know that when I told you, you would respond to the information rather than to what the information meant for your plan." He held the headmaster's gaze. "Can you do that?" Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, something had changed in his expression, the last of the management, the last of the careful strategic overlay, gone. What remained was older and more genuine and considerably more tired. "Yes," he said. "I can do that." "The ritual needs 3 things," Harry said. "A willing subject, which I am. The Deathly Hallows, all 3, unified under the heir's sovereignty, which the vault documents suggest I can achieve. And a moment of genuine choice, not compulsion, not sacrifice, not the design of someone else's plan. A free choice." He looked at the headmaster. "That's the part your plan would have made impossible. You needed me to walk to my death without choosing it freely because you were afraid that if I chose it freely, I'd choose differently. Would you?" Dumbledore asked. "I don't know yet," Harry said honestly. "But I'd rather make a real choice than have someone else's choice made for me." He paused. "I need the Elder Wand." Dumbledore looked at him. "I know you have it," Harry said. "I know you took it from Grindelwald. I know you've kept it because you believed keeping it safe meant keeping it unused." He tilted his head. "Under the sovereignty provisions, the Deathly Hallows are part of the Peverell inheritance. The Elder Wand is mine by right of bloodline and by right of the mastery framework in the contract." A very long silence. The castle breathed around them. Somewhere below, a ghost drifted through a wall, making its way through the ancient stones without hurry. The torches burned steadily. "I have been holding it," Dumbledore said carefully, "because I did not trust myself with it. And because I did not know who should have it." He looked at Harry with something open and human in his face that Harry hadn't seen before. "You are the correct answer to that question, aren't you?" "Yes," Harry said simply. Dumbledore reached into his robes. The Elder Wand was exactly what it should have been, ancient, dark wood, knobbly, carrying the weight of its own history in its grain. He held it for a moment, and Harry could see the complexity of it, what it had cost this man to carry it for decades, what it cost him now to give it up, and underneath that cost, something that looked like relief. He held it out. Harry took it. The moment of contact was not what the wand's reputation suggested it should be, no lightning, no surge of visible power. What happened was quieter and more complete. A recognition. The wand and the Peverell ring responding to each other, 2 parts of an old design finding their place, and the warmth that came with it was not the warmth of power but the warmth of alignment. Things in their correct positions. Harry held the Elder Wand and looked at it. Then he put it in his pocket. "The other 2 Hallows," Dumbledore said. "The cloak's been mine since first year," Harry said. "The stone," he paused. "I know where it is. I'll need to retrieve it. Not tonight." "When you're ready," Dumbledore said. "When I'm ready," Harry agreed. They stood in the corridor for a moment. 2 people who had been something complicated to each other for a long time, finding their way to something simpler and more honest on the other side of it. "I owe you more than an apology," Dumbledore said. "You owe me the truth going forward," Harry said. "Everything you know about Voldemort. The Horcruxes, how many, where, what you suspect. All of it." He met the old man's eyes. "If you're my ally, be my ally. Not my guardian. Not my manager." "Everything I know," Dumbledore said. "Yes. Start tomorrow," Harry said. "Bring your notes." He turned and walked back toward Gryffindor Tower, the Elder Wand a new weight in his pocket, the rings warm on his fingers, and the shape of what was coming clearer by the day. The common room was full when he got back, the comfortable evening noise of people winding down toward the holidays. Ron was playing chess with Seamus and destroying him systematically. Hermione was by the fire with her ancient runes text. Neville was in the corner reading what appeared to be an advanced herbology journal with the focused intensity he'd developed for serious reading. Harry sat down in the open armchair and looked at them. His people. The word rose without ceremony or sentiment. Just the fact of it. These were his people, and they were here, and they were real. Luna appeared from somewhere, she did that, materialized from adjacent spaces, and sat on the hearthrug with her legs crossed and a copy of the Quibbler upside down in her lap, and looked at Harry with her clear, seeing eyes. "Something changed tonight," she said. "Several things," Harry said. She nodded thoughtfully. "Good changes, mostly." "Mostly," he agreed. She went back to her Quibbler. Harry looked at the fire. Christmas was 2 weeks away. The Peverell estate in Cornwall was waiting, and Sirius was waiting in it, and Harry had written to say he was coming for the holidays and Sirius had written back with 3 inches of badly contained excitement about having someone to cook for. Hermione was coming. Ron was coming. Neville, after a letter to his grandmother that he'd written 4 drafts of, had received her permission to come and had been quietly pleased about it in the particular way of someone still learning that they could have things they wanted. Fleur had said yes when Harry invited her, in the tone of someone who had been deciding whether to say yes before he asked and had been waiting for the question. 2 weeks. Then the holidays. Then January, when the ICW consultation process would resume and Voldemort would make his next move and the Horcrux problem would need to be properly addressed and the Wizengamot was going to have to be dealt with directly and there were 17 things on the list that Hermione kept and updated and brought to his attention with the regularity of someone who understood that organized preparation was the difference between survival and scrambling. He sat in the common room with his people around him and his rings warm on his hands and the Elder Wand in his pocket and felt, underneath everything, the thing that he'd found in the vault in July. He knew who he was. That was still true. It was more true now, compounded by everything since. He was someone who had walked into an ICW chamber and made it go quiet. Someone who had talked to Dumbledore as a person rather than a ward. Someone who had built something in this school over 3 months that would outlast any of the politics and the power struggles and the ancient contracts. He was still Harry. That was the part nobody had predicted, not Ignotus's letter, not the contract's formal language, not Dumbledore's plan or Voldemort's calculations. They'd all imagined the weight of the inheritance would make him something different. What it had actually done was make him more exactly himself. Pansy Parkinson heard about her father on a Saturday morning. Harry knew because Daphne found him in the library with the specific expression she wore when something was happening that required management, which was to say her face was entirely composed and her eyes were doing all the work. "She's in the Slytherin common room," Daphne said. "She's not well." "What do you need?" Harry asked. "Nothing from you directly," Daphne said. "I'll handle it. I just wanted you to know, because you asked to know." A beat. "She found a letter from our solicitor this morning and worked out most of what happened. She hasn't connected it to the Black Ward breach yet. Does she need to know that part right now?" "No," Daphne said. "She needs someone to sit with her first. The rest can come later." She turned to go. "Daphne," Harry said. She paused. "What you're doing," he paused, "choosing it correctly, it matters. What you said about showing someone a door. That's not nothing." She looked at him over her shoulder. "I know," she said. "That's why I'm doing it." She went. He watched her go and thought about the Slytherin common room, and Pansy Parkinson in it, and Daphne sitting with her through something hard, and how none of that would ever be in any official record or political document but was nonetheless completely real and completely important. That was the thing the contract couldn't quantify. The thing Ignotus had known when he wrote, "I will not tell you what to do with what you find." The things that made sovereignty mean anything. Not the legal framework. Not the formal recognition. The small decisions to show someone a door. To sit with someone in the hard part. To tell the truth when it was easier to manage. To be, underneath everything else, a person. He went back to his book. Outside, the snow was still falling, clean and even and honest across the grounds of Hogwarts, covering everything equally. That night, in the room of requirement, Neville ran the training course in 4 minutes flat. Harry timed it. 4 minutes and 12 seconds from start to finish, clean through 12 stations, not a single dummy left standing, the shield worked precise and the offensive spells arriving in sequences that were fast enough to be genuinely impressive. Neville came back breathing hard and looked at Harry. "Well," he said. "3 weeks ago it took you 7, Harry said. Neville took that in. Something moved through his face, not pride exactly, more like the dawning recognition of a capability he was still adjusting to having. "The Hufflepuffs are faster than me on the first 6 stations," he said. "On the first 6 stations," Harry agreed. "What do you notice about stations 7 through 12? Neville thought about it. "I'm better there. The later stations require instinct rather than technique." "You have good instincts. You always did." Harry looked at him. "You've been spending so long catching up on technique that you've been underselling the thing you were already best at." Neville absorbed this with the seriousness he applied to everything this year. "Okay," he said. "Also you're strong," Harry said. "Physically. Your spellwork has physical force behind it that most people's doesn't. That's the herbology, years of manual work. Stop trying to make your magic delicate. It doesn't need to be delicate. Let it be what it is." Neville looked at his hands. Then back at Harry. "All right," he said, and there was something decided in it. "Go again," Harry said. Neville went again. 2 days before the holidays, an owl arrived from Germany. A formal letter, with the Confederation seal, but in handwriting that was clearly personal rather than administrative. Harry read it at breakfast while the hall was loud and distracted. "Lord Potter, your letter was appreciated. What you said about the sovereignty being constitutional rather than executive is the clearest statement on this matter I have read, and I have read a considerable number of unclear ones since July. I find I owe you a direct acknowledgement. My challenge at the ICW was partly procedural and partly political and not, I will admit, entirely in good faith. I acted from a position of institutional protection rather than legal principle. You responded with considerably more grace than the challenge deserved. I look forward to the consultation process and to working within the framework rather than against it. With respect, Heinrich Braun, Chancellor, German Magical Confederation." Harry folded the letter and tucked it away. Across the table, Ron looked at him. "Good news?" "Braun," Harry said. "Germany." He stopped fighting it. Ron nodded slowly. "One down." "One down," Harry agreed. He picked up his toast and looked out at the snow-covered grounds and thought about the list, the Wisengamot, the Horcruxes, the Parkinson situation, the ICW consultation process, Voldemort's next move, the Hallows, the ritual, all of it organized and prioritized and underway. A term ago he'd been at the Dursleys reading a letter that had arrived at 4 in the morning. He thought about that. The distance between there and here, measured not in geography or time but in clarity. He finished his breakfast. There was work to do. Chapter 8, The King's Peace. The Resurrection Stone was in the Forbidden Forest. Harry had known this since October, when a careful reading of the Peverell Vault documents cross-referenced with Dumbledore's notes, which the headmaster had delivered in full over 2 sessions in December, sitting across a desk from Harry and talking like a man unburdening himself of something he'd carried too long, produced a precise location. Not the snitch. Not some elaborate hidden cache. It had been in the forest since the night his parents died, dropped by Voldemort in his flight from the rebounding curse, settling into the soil of the forest floor with the unremarkable finality of things that had nowhere better to be. He went on the first morning of the Christmas holidays, before anyone else was awake. The forest in early morning was cold and entirely itself, dark between the trees where the snow hadn't reached, bright where it had, the whole place holding its particular ancient quality of being exactly as old as it looked. Harry walked without hesitation. He knew roughly where to look. The vault documents had described the stone's location in terms of landmarks that the forest itself would still hold, a specific tree, a specific configuration of roots. He found it in 20 minutes. The stone was in the soil under a root, half buried, looking like nothing at all. A flat, dark pebble with a crack through it. He picked it up and held it in his palm next to the Peverell ring, and the two objects recognized each other the way the rings had recognized each other, quietly, completely. The three Hallows. The elder wand in his pocket. The cloak, folded in his trunk upstairs. The stone in his hand. He stood in the snow in the forbidden forest and felt the completeness of it, not power in the crude sense, not a charge of energy, but alignment. The specific feeling of a key fitting a lock it was made for. Master of Death, the vault document had said, does not mean to conquer death. It means to understand it. To be at peace with it. To no longer need it to be otherwise. He put the stone in his pocket and walked back to the castle. The Cornwall estate was exactly what Sirius's letter had suggested. A house on a cliff, white-walled, with windows that faced the Atlantic and a garden that had been sleeping under frost since November, and inside, fires in every room, a kitchen that smelled of something excellent, and Sirius Black moving through the space with the particular energy of a man who had been given back his life and was still slightly astonished by the fact of it every morning. He'd put up Christmas decorations with the enthusiasm of someone making up for 12 lost years of them. They were excessive. There were lights on everything that could reasonably hold lights and several things that couldn't. A tree in the main room that was objectively too large for the ceiling. Harry walked in and stood in the entrance hall and looked at all of it and felt something simple and complete. Too much. Sirius said from the kitchen doorway. Perfect, Harry said. Sirius looked at him for a moment and then grinned, the real one, the one that had been coming more easily since October, the one that reached everything. They came in stages. Ron and Hermione arrived together, Hermione with 2 bags of books and an expression of someone determined to relax if it killed her, Ron with a bag of food from the burrow that Molly had insisted on and that turned out to be approximately 3 times more than 11 people could eat. Neville arrived by Fleur, slightly singed at the edges in the way of Fleur travel, with a plant under one arm that he was emphatic about keeping near a south-facing window. Fleur arrived last, from France, with a single bag and a bottle of wine that she handed to Sirius with the specific Gallic assessment of someone deciding whether a person was capable of appreciating it properly. Sirius looked at the label. This is very good. Yes, Fleur said. Don't waste it on people who won't notice. I'll drink it alone in my room, Sirius said. Good, Fleur said, and walked inside. Sirius watched her go and then looked at Harry with an expression of considerable amusement. I like her, he said. I know, Harry said. Does she know? That you like her? That you, Sirius. Just asking, Sirius said, and went back to the kitchen, and Harry could hear him laughing quietly to himself all the way down the hall. Christmas Eve, after dinner, after the fire had settled into its late evening warmth and most of the group had drifted toward sleep or quiet conversation, Harry asked everyone to stay. He'd been thinking about the timing for a while. He wanted it to happen here, in this specific gathering, before the new year and before what the new year was going to bring. Not because he needed witnesses in any formal sense. Because these were his people and they deserved to know everything, and he was done with the habit of knowing things alone. He told them. All of it. The Horcrux in him, the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had been living in his scar since he was 15 months old. The ritual in the vault documents. The 3 Hallows and what they meant and what he'd done that morning in the forest. The theory about what was possible. He told it cleanly, without performance, the way he'd been learning to tell things, direct and clear and trusting the people in the room to handle it. The fire burned. The Atlantic was loud outside the windows. Sirius was the first to speak. How long have you known? Since October for most of it. The stone since July. Harry looked at him. I didn't tell you earlier because I was still working out whether the ritual was viable. I didn't want to give you something to be frightened about before I knew if it mattered. I'm your godfather, Sirius said. Being frightened about you is my entire job description. I know, Harry said. I'm sorry. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Then he leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling and said, "Walk me through the ritual." Harry walked them through it. Hermione had questions, precise, technical, the kind that revealed she'd been working on related research without knowing the specific application, and when Harry's explanation intersected with her own findings, she sat forward and her eyes went very bright. The Peverell blood resonance, she said. I found a paper on blood resonance as a mechanism for removing Horcrux fragments in the context of ancient families. I didn't know why I was reading it, you always know why you're reading it, Harry said. She looked at him. Yes, she said quietly. I suppose I do. Ron was quiet through most of it, in the way Ron was quiet when he was processing something serious, not absent, just interior. When Harry finished, Ron said, "The ritual. You said it needs a free choice." Yes. And the choice is, he stopped. You're choosing to let the fragment go. To end the connection. He looked at Harry. And you have to choose it freely, without it being a sacrifice designed by someone else's plan, Harry said. Yes. Ron nodded slowly. And you're choosing it. I am, Harry said. Then you should do it, Ron said simply. He met Harry's eyes. Tonight, if you want. We're here. Harry looked around the room. Sirius in his chair, something fierce and protective and quietly devastated moving through his face and out the other side into something that looked like pride. Hermione with her notes and her bright eyes and 14 years of being the person who made things work. Neville sitting straight, the new Neville, solid and present. Luna, who had arrived for Christmas dinner as if she'd always been invited and had settled onto the hearthrug with perfect naturalness, looking at Harry now with her clear-seeing eyes and no expression of surprise whatsoever. Fleur, in the chair nearest the window, watching him with the particular quality of attention she'd had since October, the one that wasn't diplomatic, wasn't professional, was just her, entirely present. Tonight, Harry said. The ritual space they cleared in the largest room on the ground floor. The 3 hallows were placed according to the vault document's specifications, the elder wand at the center, the stone to its left, the cloak folded and placed to its right. A triangle. The Peverell ring at the apex. Harry stood within the configuration and felt all 4 objects resonating, a low frequency that wasn't sound exactly but registered in the chest the way sound did. Hermione had read the ritual description 4 times and confirmed the steps. She stood just outside the configuration with the document in her hands, not because Harry needed prompting, but because having her there was the right kind of steadiness. Everyone else stood back. The free choice, the vault document described, must be spoken aloud. Not the mechanics of the ritual. The choice itself. In the heir's own words, without formula. Harry stood in the center of the 3 hallows and thought about what to say. He thought about the night his parents died. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that had lodged in him at 15 months old, the thing that had given him the ability to speak Parseltongue, the connection to Voldemort's mind, the scar that burned and the nightmares that came from somewhere that wasn't entirely him. He'd been carrying it his whole life without knowing it, and knowing it now didn't make it his. It was Voldemort's. It had never been his. He said, quietly and entirely clearly, I choose to be only myself. The warmth began immediately, not painful, nothing like pain. A warmth that started at the scar and moved outward and downward, and the rings on his fingers responded to it, and the elder wand responded to it, and the stone on the floor glowed briefly with a light the color of dawn, and the cloak seemed to ripple in air that wasn't moving. The scar, which had ached at various frequencies his entire conscious life, the background noise he'd stopped noticing the way you stopped noticing a sound that was always present, went silent. Completely silent. For the first time in 15 years, the back of his skull was quiet. He stood in the center of the hallows and breathed, and the breath was clean all the way down, unobstructed by anything that wasn't his. The warmth faded. The object settled. The room was just a room. Harry exhaled. Behind him, very quietly, Sirius said, "Harry." "I'm fine," Harry said. He turned around. He was. January brought the cold and the second term and everything that had been building since July arriving at the pace of things that had been patient long enough. The Wisengamot session was scheduled for the 15th. Harry had been working toward it since before Christmas, through Hermione's legal preparation and Fleur's diplomatic intelligence and the careful quiet work of people like Amelia Bones who had been waiting for the right moment to do the right thing for years. The session's agenda included a formal vote on the constitutional recognition of the sovereignty claim within the British Wisengamot's own framework. Fudge had spent December trying to prevent the session being called. He'd failed because enough senior Wisengamot members, pushed by the ICW recognition, by the Gringotts filings, by the weight of the legal record that Hermione had assembled into something impossible to argue with, had signed the petition to call it that he couldn't block it. He was going to try to manage the session itself. Harry intended to make that impossible. He arrived at the ministry on the 15th with Sirius beside him. Sirius, who had a seat on the Wisengamot by birthright, had been reinstated 2 weeks after his formal trial, a trial at which he'd been acquitted in approximately 40 minutes, at which the Wisengamot had listened to the absence of evidence against him with the collective expression of an institution acknowledging something it should have noticed years ago. He'd been quiet about that acquittal, privately. But he'd walked out of the ministry building with his head up and his shoulders back, and Harry had walked beside him, and neither of them had said anything because nothing needed to be said. The Wisengamot chamber was full. Every seat occupied, every senior member present, and a full gallery above. Harry took his seat, not the observer area, not a petitioner's chair, but the seat corresponding to the House of Potter's Wisengamot position, which had been unoccupied since his parents died and which he'd never sat in before. The chair was the same dark wood as all the others. It didn't feel different from the outside. But sitting in it felt like something. Fudge opened the session with the strained competence of a man running out of road. The agenda item was put formally. The floor was opened for debate. 3 senior members spoke in opposition, careful, procedural, the kind of opposition that was about protecting current institutional arrangements rather than genuine legal challenge. Harry listened to all 3 without interrupting, which seemed to unsettle them slightly, as if they'd expected a reaction and weren't sure what to do with the absence of one. When the floor came to him, he stood. "The claim is documented," he said. "The ICW has recognized it. Gringotts has registered it. The legal record is complete." He looked around the chamber. "I'm not going to argue the law with you because the law isn't actually what's in debate here. What's in debate is whether this institution is going to align itself with the legal and magical reality, or whether it's going to continue to pretend that reality is something it can vote on." He paused. The Wisengamot was established in 1707 under a charter that explicitly references the ancient laws as its constitutional basis. You built this chamber on a foundation. The foundation has its heir. Acknowledging that isn't a political decision, it's a statement of fact. He sat down. The vote was 53-12 in favor of recognition. Fudge sat very still as the count was read. He looked like a man doing the arithmetic on his remaining options and finding them fewer than he'd hoped. After the session, in the corridor outside the chamber, Amelia Bones found Harry and Sirius. "Well done," she said, in the tone of someone for whom those 2 words contained considerably more. "Thank you for the work you've done since July," Harry said. "The Death Eater cases, the Azkaban reviews, all of it." She looked at him steadily. "The minister is going to resign," she said. "I'm told he's drafting the statement now. The deputy will take over on an interim basis." "And then?" Harry asked. "The Wisengamot will need to elect," she said. "The election will happen in March." She held his gaze. I will be a candidate. Good, Harry said simply. She looked at him for a moment. You won't be trying to influence the outcome. I'll be expressing my personal opinion to anyone who asks, he said. Which is that you're the best candidate. What the Waisengamot does with that is their choice. He paused. That's what I mean about the sovereignty being constitutional rather than executive. It's not my job to run the ministry. It's my job to make sure the people running the ministry are accountable to something older and more honest than their own preferences. She absorbed this. You are, she said carefully, not what I expected. I keep hearing that, Harry said. Voldemort came in February. Not subtly, not through intermediaries, not through a targeted attack on the people around Harry. He came directly. He came to Hogsmeade on a Saturday in February, on a Hogsmeade weekend, when students were out of the castle and in the village and the Death Eaters were positioned at every exit point before anyone had time to react. It was professionally done, the best plan Voldemort had executed since his return, and Harry acknowledged that even as he was moving. The planning was meticulous. The timing was correct. The execution was as good as it was going to be. What Voldemort had not accounted for was the Defense Association. 43 students had become 67 by February, and 67 students who had been training 3 times a week since October were not the same as 67 students who hadn't been. When the Death Eaters moved on Hogsmeade, they met coordinated resistance from people who had been taught to work together, to cover each other, to not panic. Harry heard about the attack through the Merlin bloodline awareness, the cold directional pull, sharp and immediate, and he was moving before the first Patronus message reached the teachers. He went alone. That was a choice, made in 2 seconds, based on the same clarity that had governed his choices since July. Alone because the situation required a single decisive action, not a group response. Alone because what was about to happen was between him and Voldemort and had been since the beginning. He operated into Hogsmeade's main street, the anti-apparition wards were down, Voldemort had taken them down as part of his approach, which worked in Harry's favor, and the scene was immediately readable. 6 Death Eaters visible, students in defensive positions that were actually holding, Neville coordinating a group of 4 near the 3 broomsticks with the focused competence he'd spent months building. And at the end of the street, Voldemort. He looked like power wearing a person's shape. Tall, pale, the flat red eyes and the sharp face, the wand in his hand with the ease of someone who had never held anything else. The magic around him was visible to anyone sensitive, a pressure, a coldness, a specific quality of wrongness. He was looking at Harry. Harry walked toward him. The street went quiet in that particular way that streets went quiet when something significant was about to happen. The Death Eaters had stopped moving. The students who could see what was coming had gone still. Neville, visible at the edge of his peripheral vision, made a gesture to his group that meant hold position. Harry stopped 10 feet away. Voldemort looked at him with the red eyes that had been in his nightmares since he was 11. He looked at the 4 rings. He looked at Harry's face, reading it the way Harry was reading his, trying to find the fear, the hesitation, the reactive instinct that the scar had always created and that was now simply absent. The connection is gone, Voldemort said. Not a question. His voice was exactly what it had always been, cold and deliberate and used to being the most significant thing in any room. You removed the fragment. Yes, Harry said. The Peverell ritual, Voldemort said. Something moved in his face, complex, difficult to name. I knew it existed. I chose not to believe you'd find it. That was a mistake, Harry said. Yes, Voldemort said. And then, unexpectedly, almost conversationally, you're not afraid of me. No, Harry said. You were, Voldemort said. Every time before. I could feel it. The connection went both ways. He studied Harry with the specific attention of someone recalculating a problem whose fundamental parameters have changed. What changed? I found out who I am, Harry said. Turns out it was always large enough. Voldemort was quiet for a moment. Then he raised his wand. Harry raised the Elder Wand. What happened next was not what the stories would later describe, because the stories wanted it to be a long, spectacular duel, curses and counter-curses, dramatic speeches, the whole operatic machinery of a great confrontation. What actually happened was shorter and more final than that. Voldemort cast the killing curse. He was Voldemort, and it was his signature, his certainty, the spell that had defined his entire existence. Harry didn't dodge it. He met it. The Elder Wand and the Peverell sovereignty and the mastery of death, not as a metaphor, as the vault document had defined it, as a specific magical condition, did what they did. The curse arrived, and the magic of the wand, oldest and strongest in existence and now held by its rightful sovereign, turned it. Not redirected. Turned. Unraveled the intent. Transformed the ending. Voldemort's own curse, stripped of its finality, came back to him as something older than killing, the call that the Peverell magic had always understood, the thing that death actually was without the violence of the curse around it. Not destruction. Return. It was quiet. Voldemort stood in the street of Hogsmeade for one moment more, and then the magic that had been sustaining a body built on Horcruxes and dark ritual found that its anchor was gone, the last Horcrux, the one in Harry, already removed, and there was nothing left to sustain it. He fell. The Death Eaters scattered. Some ran. Some, the ones Neville's group had cornered, surrendered immediately with the specific body language of people whose reason for fighting had just evaporated. Harry watched them go and didn't pursue. The street was silent. Harry stood in it for a moment, the Elder Wand in his hand, the February cold around him, the village of Hogsmeade settling from its battle noise into its shocked aftermath. Neville came to stand beside him. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, solid and real, the same way he'd been all year, present, reliable, exactly where he needed to be. Harry looked at the spot where Voldemort had been and felt, underneath everything, the same thing he'd felt in the vault in July. Not triumph, triumph implied it had been in doubt. Something quieter and more complete. The end of something that had been unfinished since he was 15 months old. The beginning of everything else. The aftermath took months. That was the thing about endings, they required significant administrative follow-through. The Death Eater arrests, which Amelia Bones handled with the systematic competence of someone who had been preparing the case files for 6 months and was now bringing them to full resolution. The Wisengamot cases, which Hermione helped manage from a legal documentation standpoint with an intensity that suggested she was actually enjoying herself. The ICW's formal statement on the removal of the threat posed by Voldemort to international magical stability, which Fleur helped draft and which was, Harry thought, the clearest and most honest piece of diplomatic language he'd read since he'd started reading diplomatic language. The ministry election happened in March. Amelia Bones won by a substantial margin. Harry had said publicly, when asked, that he thought she was the best candidate. He'd said it once, clearly, and left it alone. She sent him a formal thank you note that contained, in the last line, a personal note that was 4 words, "Don't become a politician." Harry had pinned it to his wall next to Sirius's Cornwall letter and the Braun correspondence and Fleur's Geneva diagram, all the documents that had mapped the year. Dumbledore retired as Supreme Mugwump at the April ICW session, which surprised people. It didn't surprise Harry, who had watched the headmaster arrive at a specific clarity over the months since their corridor conversation, the clarity of a man who understood, finally, that stepping back was not the same as failing. He stayed at Hogwarts. He kept his Transfiguration class. He stopped running everything else, and the things he'd been running found other capable hands. He and Harry had breakfast together on Sundays, when Harry was at school, and talked about magic, not politics, not strategy. Magic, theory, history, the old things. It turned out that when Dumbledore was not also managing an elaborate plan, he was excellent company. Sirius stayed in Cornwall through the spring and then, in May, moved back to London. A different house, a place in Islington, small and full of light, that he'd chosen himself from the Peverell property portfolio with the specific criteria of a person who had been in a dark house for too long. He got a job, actual paid employment, consulting on aura training for Bones's newly restructured DMLE, and he was terrible at being domestic and completely happy. Harry visited on the first Saturday of every month, always brought the biscuits, and stayed for dinner. The formal coronation, the public acknowledgement of the sovereignty in the specific ceremonial form that the ancient laws required, happened on a Saturday in June. Not in the ministry. Not in the ICW chambers in Geneva. At Hogwarts, which was where it should have happened, in the grounds on a morning when the Scottish summer was doing its best, which on this particular day meant blue sky and warm air and the mountains visible in every direction. The grounds had been prepared, not elaborately, not with excessive ceremony, because Harry had been specific about that. Chairs for those who needed chairs. Space for those who didn't. Representatives from every ICW nation in the proper areas. Students and staff of Hogwarts in their own space. The press at a distance sufficient that they could see but not intrude. Harry stood at the front in robes he'd worn exactly once before, for the Wisengamot session in January, and looked at the assembled magical world and felt entirely calm. Vasquez, the ICW Secretary-General, was present to conduct the formal recognition. It was short. The words were old, the formal language of the 1291 contract, spoken aloud for the first time in the recorded history of anyone alive, the Old English and the Parseltongue and the third language that Harry still didn't have a name for but could read and speak when necessary. He spoke the responses clearly. He meant every word. When it was done, when the formal recognition was complete, Vasquez stepped back and Harry turned to face the assembled gathering. He looked at them for a moment. The magical world, in its assembled representatives and its Hogwarts students and its press contingent and its various political anxieties and hopes and the whole complicated beautiful mess of it. He didn't make a long speech. He'd thought about it, written drafts, discarded them. What he said was this: the sovereignty is real and it's been real for 700 years whether you acknowledged it or not. What that means going forward is simple. The old laws are the foundation. Every national government, every institution, operates on that foundation. I'm not replacing any of them. I'm what the foundation is for, the check that ensures the foundation doesn't get forgotten again. He paused. That's all. The work is the work. There's a great deal of it and I'm going to need help. Anyone interested in doing it honestly and without performing it for an audience, he looked across the crowd, you know where to find me. He stepped back. That was all. After the ceremony, in the gradual dispersal of the crowd, Harry found himself standing near the lake with the afternoon light on the water and the mountains in the distance and the familiar Hogwarts grounds around him. Fleur appeared beside him. This was their pattern now, the materializing from adjacent spaces, the comfortable parallel presence. She'd been at Hogwarts through the spring in an advisory capacity that had developed, gradually and without either of them making a formal announcement about it, into something more personal. The marriage contract provisions, the personal ones, the ones Fleur's grandmother had called anchors, had been a conversation they'd had in April, late in the evening in the sitting room that had become theirs by default, a conversation that was honest and direct and neither sentimental nor clinical, the way their conversations always were. She'd said yes to the question he'd asked without performing the yes. Just yes, clear and simple, meaning it. Well, she said, looking out at the lake. Well, Harry agreed. You made a very short speech. Long speeches are for people who aren't sure what they want to say. She looked sideways at him. Your French is improving. You're a patient teacher. I am not patient, she said. I am precise. There is a difference. There is, Harry agreed. She was quiet for a moment in the way she was quiet when she was deciding whether to say something. My grandmother would have liked today, she said. Tell me about her, Harry said. She looked at him, slightly surprised. I've told you some. Tell me more. And so she did, standing at the edge of the lake with the afternoon going golden around them, Fleur Delacour talking about her grandmother in the careful, loving way that people talked about people who had shaped them fundamentally, and Harry listened the way he listened when things mattered, which was completely. Hermione found him near the end of the afternoon, as the crowd had thinned to the people who mattered and the light had gone from gold to amber. She stood beside him with her arms folded and her expression doing the complex thing that meant she had several feelings and was organizing them. "I keep thinking about first year," she said. "On the train. You and Ron didn't know anything and I knew everything and none of what I knew turned out to be the important part." "Some of it was the important part," Harry said. "The legal sections," she said. "All the legal sections," Harry confirmed. She smiled. Actually smiled, the full one, unguarded. "I'm going to study properly," she said. "Magical law. International constitutional law. I've been thinking about it since the Gringotts session in January." She looked at him. "I want to do the work you described. The building part. After Hogwarts." "I know," Harry said. "You know. I've been expecting you to say it for 3 months." He looked at her. "You're going to be very good at it." "I'm going to be excellent at it," she said, with the serene certainty of someone who was probably correct. "Yes," Harry said. "You are." She stood beside him for a moment more, and then, unexpectedly, she hugged him, quickly, properly, the hug of someone who didn't often do it but meant it completely when they did. He hugged her back. "All right," she said, stepping back, composing herself. "I'm going to find Ron before he eats all of Sirius's food. He's been near the buffet for 20 minutes and I don't trust it." She went. Harry watched her go. Then he looked at the lake, the sun on the water, the mountains, the old castle behind him, the grounds where he'd spent 5 years learning who he was without knowing he was doing it. Sirius came to stand beside him. They stood without speaking for a while, in the way that people stood who had said the important things and didn't need to fill the space with words. "James would have been," Sirius started. "I know," Harry said. Sirius looked at the lake. "Your mum too." "Lily would have, I know," Harry said again, quietly. Sirius stopped. Cleared his throat. "Right. Yes." He looked at the water. "You're all right." "I'm all right," Harry agreed. The summer evening settled around them. The lake held the sky. The castle stood at their backs, warm and ancient and entirely itself. Harry put his hands in his pockets, the elder wand in the right, the resurrection stone in the left, the Peverell ring on his finger, the cloak folded in his room upstairs, and looked at the world that was beginning, that had been beginning since the morning he'd pressed his palm to a door in a vault beneath Gringotts and felt something old and vast click open in his chest. He knew who he was. He knew what he was for. The work was real, and it was enormous, and it was his, and it was, he searched for the right word, standing at the edge of the lake in the last light of the day the magical world had finally acknowledged what had always been true, it was exactly the right size. The lake was still. The mountains were still. The evening star had appeared above the western ridge, small and clear and burning steadily, and somewhere behind Harry the castle breathed in the warm summer air, and the grounds were full of the people who had chosen to be here, who had chosen him, who had been chosen back, and the world, changed, not finished, beginning, was at peace.